beginning, could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to a special unit or division?
Yes.
And what is that?
I'm assigned to homicide, missing persons unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at missing persons since 2013.
And before that, where were you at?
Patrol.
Okay, and how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years.
Okay.
So throughout the prior years to missing persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
Okay. And what would be some common duties that you would do in partaking in those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases?
Yes.
So a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family, and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work. If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what would be known as a no-body case before?
Yes.
Okay, and what does it mean to be a no-body case?
That would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay, and how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that this person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious, then you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So on a no-body case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
Now, I'm sorry, when did you get the case of Na'Ziyah Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received the email. It was just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case and I saw that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
Okay. So after that, how did it come about that you got this case?
So after meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before. There's been no updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she went missing.
So when you first officially received this case, tell me, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
Okay. So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Na'Ziyah was Jarvis Buds, I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti. We conducted the search. It's a large area, and it wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video is from a gas station. It shows the intersection, I believe it's Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield township. It's kind of like a little small city just outside of Ypsilanti. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis Butt's device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. And then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
Okay. Now, that brings up a good point. You said you're a month behind on this investigation.
Yes.
So, that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Okay, and some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
Correct.
Okay. Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems, and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their own residential cameras or property cameras, and it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting in 48 hours, some of them is a week, some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Okay. Now I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me about one of them. We're going to go through them, but start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. Later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through.
Okay.
We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone in the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations, anybody that he had talked to. We knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started to listen to those jail calls, there was a call where he had asked his shop partner, Cordell Wright, to retrieve a phone out of a vehicle. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there, was a Tahoe, Tashi's vehicle, Tashiana, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Na'Ziyah is.
Okay. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit. You started off with you went to do a search warrant at Mr. Butts' home.
Yes.
And would that be the one on Wilshire?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything at his house?
Yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet, and we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
Okay. And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
It included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, you said at that point you knew that Mr. Butts had turned himself in is it the Wayne County Jail?
Yes.
And that was back on February 7th of 2024?
Correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving a sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly going to be there till December.
Okay. And that would be completely unrelated to, that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls, and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
Correct.
And that that jail call that you had listened to, that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay. And that led you to Tashiana Davis.
Correct.
And then you subsequently executed a search warrant at her house.
Correct.
And is that on Neff Street?
Yes.
Okay. And she had a vehicle there that matched the description that Cordell Wright had given you?
Yes.
Okay. And would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
Yes.
Okay. And then you subsequently searched that vehicle?
Yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
Okay. And that phone, okay, so ultimately, after you do that, what's the next step that you took?
Well, we had to identify that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to Jarvis Butts' phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant.
Okay.
It is given to, was given to Detective Markle, where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire, we had searched Neff, we also executed a search warrant at 9000 Connor.
And what's 9000 Connor?
9000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
Okay. And did you find anything or anything at 9000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on, so I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I reviewed the evidence, photos where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there. Her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time, and now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Butts interviewed for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, the 13th, we executed all the search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th. I would have to look.
Okay, and that's okay. So it would be just a couple days after you get the case?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, based on Mr. Butts' first interview, which your Detective Mays here testify about, did you do anything based off of that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now, so like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about meeting to be picked up.
Okay. Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. Throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched, as far as like land searches.
All kinds.
All kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti as we did our workup, and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before, and that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there, and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter, the cadaver dogs, and we searched out in Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone, mapping a little bit more on Mr. Butts' phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Berg.
And what's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile, from Berg and then heading back east, used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, It wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable, but because of the snow, we knew that we were going to have to come back again once that melted because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so do you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land, so you have to actually search the land a couple hundred feet in some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
All right. So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Berg, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she went missing on the 9th. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at 7 and Berg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you right there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, you heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right. So continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie, and the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Na'Ziyah's brother. Na'Ziyah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Na'Ziyah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Okay.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Na'Ziyah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Na'Ziyah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So, after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Okay. Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Bury that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back, let's start with back in January 9th?
Yeah, so I searched it. There's a weather site where you can search the dates and the cities and what the weather was like. On the 9th into the 10th, it had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there, did you interview a Tijuana butts?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Na'Ziyah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had testified to that you had heard?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Markle is actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yes, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone, so we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9000 Connor. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
And Your may I approach people's proposed exhibit 85?
Yes.
I mean 58. Sorry,
Yes.
numbers. Candidates marked as people's proposed exhibit 58. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is a Cellbrite extraction report that was conducted by Detective Markle for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay, and that report specifically includes the location data and in the subsequent pages as it relates to Ms. Butts' phone. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed her?
Yes.
I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 58.
No objection.
Would be yes, equals 58.
And I want to direct you to I guess it's going to be page 3 of the report. Let's go with 4 of the report. Let's do page 5. where does it say that Ms. Butts was from 3:45 p.m. to 5:16 p.m.?
So it gives the location described as, on here it says Citgo, and it gives the address of 9000 Connor Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48213.
And do you know do you know Mr. Butts's 9000 Connor auto shop to be connected with a gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to go back just a little bit, you said you were kind of going through all the phone mapping in order to kind of backtrack as to where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes.
And those maps were testified to by Sergeant O'Rourke.
Yes.
Okay. Now, she mapped certain locations, and she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to in People's Exhibits 33, 34. Here, may I go? The blue dot here. What is it that indicates, and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is going to be 9000 Connor.
Okay, and that's the address associated with Mr. Butt's auto shop.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the same for Exhibit 34.
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 35. There's the same blue dot and then a purple dot. Tell me, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is going to be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
Okay. And in Exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is going to identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
There's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is going to identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there is a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
That dot is going to indicate 4 East Alexandrine.
Okay, and what's the significance of 4 East Alexandrine?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
And in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Berg.
Okay. And is that the same 7 Mile and Berg? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Berg area again?
7 Mile and Berg area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butts' phone was mapping with. There's an additional search area that I did not include when she had asked me before, and that was where the ID was found. We had found the ID, or received the 911 call for the ID before we went back the second time out for the shoes at 7 Mile and Berg. So we had also searched all of Evergreen. There's the Henry Ford High School over there. We searched behind the school, the wooded areas, and all the vacant homes in that surrounding as well.
And that would have been the ID that Miss Smith had recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go into, you had a chance to go through Mr. Butt's phone extraction, is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And did you also do a search warrant as it relates to a Google account for Mr. Butts?
yes.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what his Google Gmail was?
That was documented when I went through the cell phone.
Okay. And you got a chance to go through, or you sent a search warrant to Google for it, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you got a chance to go through that search warrant return?
yes,
Okay, and that's the search, or that's the Gmail account that would be associated with Mr. Butts.
correct.
And now may I propose Exhibit 63?
Yes.
Can you give it to Marcia, please propose Exhibit 63? Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes, this contains jarvisbutts82@gmail.com, which was his Google subscriber information.
And that's the first page. And the second page is, what would those include?
The next pages include searches that I located inside that Google return that we received from Google.
Okay. And does that document fairly and accurately depict what it is you received back from Google as it relates to a search warrant for jarvisbutts82@gmail.com?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit. I forgot. 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 63.
Okay. And I want to go back to the first page. And you said that with the subscriber information. Tell me, who is the subscriber?
So it has a Google account ID number, then it gives a name that says Jarvis Butts. It has an email address, jarvisbutts82@gmail.com. There's also a phone number that's connected to it, which is 313-585-8719.
And is there a birthday associated with that?
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are December 9th,
Of what year?
yep, December 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2023.
Okay. And it's fair to say that those are the entirety of all of the searches from those days?
It is not all of them,
Okay.
no.
Those are just select ones from the Google return?
Yes.
All right. Starting with December 9th, tell me which ones that we have in that exhibit.
So the first, you want me to read the ones that are just highlighted, or you want me to start at the top of here? So,
The ones that are highlighted.
okay.
Just start with the ones that are highlighted.
Yep, so this search was December 9th, 2023 at 3:32 UTC time. So you would actually have to subtract 5 hours, which would make it the night of December 8th. And the site is, what's visited, it's Drink Me and Abort Your Baby, the Herbal Abortion Tea by Maya.
Okay. And what about the next one after that?
There is a site that's visited on December, it says here December 10th, 2023 at 9:32 p.m. UTC, so -5. And the site visited is plannedparenthood.org/learn/abortion/the abortion pill.
And
next-
yes, the next
The
one.
next search is immediately after that, so December 10th at 9:32 p.m. UTC. The abortion pill. Get the facts about medication abortion. There is a search that was conducted before that on December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. And that site is plannedparenthood.org /blog/can I use herbs to have an abortion at home.
And the next
The
one.
next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. Can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? Planned Parenthood.
And the next one.
The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. UTC, so again, minus 5 hours. And that site is, it's ansirh.org, research, over-counter medication abortion. Search December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. Over-the-counter medication abortion, and that's from that same place before, ANSIRH. December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, abortion, the abortion pill. How do I have an abortion using only misoprostol, misoprostol. The next search, December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, learn abortion, the abortion pill. So it's like the same, back and forth to the same site. On December 11th, at 11:43 p.m. UTC, so minus 5 hours. Specifically is searched is, can I drink red antifreeze? Again, that same item is searched again right after the same time, 11:43 on December 11th, 2023. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, in that phone extraction that you went through of Mr. Butts, that Detective Markle had admitted, were you able to go through, and I know you had mentioned there was a Text Now app and Text Now phone numbers that
Yes.
have been associated with Na'Ziyah.
Yes.
When you went through Mr. Butt's phone extraction, did you find any of Na'Ziyah's Text Now numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if what was on his phone? First of all, did you eventually do a search warrant for Text Now?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive messages back from Text Now?
Yes, so the initial Text Now messages, again, DPS had done those and they had only gone back like a week. I had another search warrant submitted to TextNow and requested to go back to January 1st of 2023.
Okay. And when you found these text and messages on Mr. Butt's phone, did those include all of the messages that you got back from TextNow, or just only parts?
It's all the messages through TextNow that were to that number that was assigned that Na'Ziyah was using on TextNow.
That's what you got back from TextNow.
Yes.
But I'm talking about on Mr. Butt's phone.
Oh, Mr. Butt's phone specifically was just the messages from TextNow between him and Na'Ziyah.
Okay. And did it include everything that you received back from TextNow, or?
No.
Okay. And Senator, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with people's proposed exhibits 46 and 47. Can you tell me, in exhibit 46, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this is a extraction report for a iPhone, and it was for phone number account 313-585-8719. And this is the section in that extraction about messages.
Okay. And is that exhibit, proposed exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that were on Jarvis Butt's phone between his phone number and the number 213-743-3173?
231, yes. 231.
Yes, 231.
Yes.
Sorry, numbers. 231-743-3137.
Yes,
Okay. And those are the ones that you had seen on Mr. Butt's phone.
correct.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 46.
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 46.
And those cover a period of October 7th, 2023 through November 23rd of 2023. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And now I want to show you proposed exhibit 47. Do you recognize what I handed you in 47?
yes, this is another extraction from the phone, and this is under the message section.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that you went through on Mr. Butt's phone to the number 313-379-5882?
Yes,
Okay. And I would move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 47.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted as People's 47. Can you repeat that phone number?
313-379-5882.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those would be from the date period of September 26th, 2022 to September 30th, 2022.
yes,
And now I want to show you what's already been admitted as people's exhibits 15 and 16. And these were already admitted. These are certified copies of TextNow messages. But I want to talk specifically about subscriber information within them. In People's 15, is there a subscriber as it relates to
yes.
Okay, and who is that subscriber?
Excuse me, you need to let me hear. I can't hear you with your back turned.
Okay, so is there a subscriber as it relates to that?
Yes.
Who is that?
The username on here is Na'Ziyah Harris 955.
And are you familiar with the Na'Ziyah Harris?
Yes.
And how is it that you're familiar with her?
That is Na'Ziyah's biological mother.
And is there, on the next page, is there a phone number that is associated with that account? It might be on the subscriber information too.
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
It's 313-379-5882.
And what is the period of usage for which the subscriber Na'Ziyah Harris had that phone number?
The phone ownership is from September 24, 2022 through November 8, 2022.
Oh, we're not gonna go through this right now. And for the subscriber information in People's 16, can you tell me who is the subscriber there?
The subscriber here, the username is Na'Ziyah Harris 74.
And is there a phone number associated with that?
Yes,
What is that phone number?
231-743-3137.
Okay. And is there a phone ownership date period for that?
Yes,
What's that date period?
January 1st, 2024 to February 6th, 2024.
Okay. Are you familiar with the location of 17500 East Warren Avenue in the city of Detroit?
Yes,
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Somebody's already admitted. And I'm showing you people's 4, 5, and 6 already admitted. How is it that you're familiar with that location?
this is Frank's Auto Repair. It's located on Warren, right at Neff, 17500 East Warren. This is a location that Jarvis Butts worked at prior to working at 9000 Connor.
And that's in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes,
Now, did you yourself, I want to go into the interviews with Mr. Butts.
yes,
Did you interview Mr. Butts?
yes,
Okay. I want to start with an interview back on May 31st, 2024. Do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
yes,
Okay. Can you point to him, tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
yes. He's sitting behind his defense counsel. He's wearing a face mask and he has the Wayne County green jumpsuit on.
Okay. And Your Honor, would the record reflect that witnesses identified defendant Jarvis Butts? And we've been talking this whole time about a Jarvis Butts. Is that the same Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Okay. Now, this interview back on May 31st, 2024, where was that at?
that was at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay. And who was all there?
Myself and Sergeant Lance Sullivan.
And do you recall about what time this interview took place?
It was in the afternoon,
Okay. Or about how long did this interview last?
like 2-3 hours.
Okay. And with Mr. Butts, did you ask him about his education and speaking English, things like that?
Yes.
And did you offer him any food or drink?
I believe at one point we had asked him about if he needed some water because we had been there a minute.
Okay. And did you read Mr. Butts his constitutional rights?
I believe Sergeant Sullivan went through those with him.
Okay. And was something used to assist in the reading of those rights?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you with Smart People Proposed Exhibit 26. You tell me what it is I just handed you.
So this is the Detroit Police Department constitutional rights, advice and rights form.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that was executed back on May 31st, 2024 with Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 26.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted as People's 26.
Thank you. And did Mr. Butts, did he sign or initial acknowledging his rights?
Yes, he read them and he initialed them and he signed.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you two?
Yes.
Okay. And I would pass for voluntariness.
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
It was you and you said Sergeant Sullivan?
Yes.
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
Yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
On that date?
Not on that date, prior to that date.
Several months before, yes.
In April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the words used were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances to...
May you interview Mr. Butts.
Well, that's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would object. This is a legal argument. Only the client themselves can enforce their right. A defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question. Was she told not to? She couldn't interview you?
So,
1 second, were you getting ready to say something else?
And it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel. His counsel told them, no, do not interview him. That's my...
You're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking
Yeah.
of?
This was 2 months prior. That was not this day. This was completely separate. And a defense attorney cannot invoke their client's right to remain silent. That's just the end of it.
It's true.
So, you and your partner went to speak to Mr. Butts, correct?
yes,
You took him... Where did you interview him from? At?
at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay. Did you interview him on the... This was at... Forgive me. At Division 1?
Yes.
Baird. Did you interview him on his floor, or did you take him somewhere else?
I don't know where his floor is, so Wayne County had prepared a room for us to be able to interview him.
Okay, so you took him to another room, and you and your partner interviewed him,
Yes,
and you gave him his constitutional rights, and you did not give him food or water, correct?
correct.
You don't know what time of day this was?
Well, I just saw the form here, so I see it's about 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you aware that he was working at the jail?
There had been a conversation that he was given some small duties, but that it had been taken away from him.
Okay, do you know if he had worked that day?
That I do not recall.
Okay, and do you know if he had actually been to sleep prior to you visiting him?
When we talked to him, he didn't seem sleepy.
Do you know if he had anything to eat prior to you visiting him?
He did not complain about being hungry.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to pass voluntariness.
Thank you, Judge. Now, this interview with Mr. Butts on May 31st, 2024, was that recorded in any way?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded with a body-worn camera from the Detroit Police Department that were issued, and it was also recorded on a audio recording for voice only.
Okay. So it was audio and video on the body cam and then also just
Yeah,
audio?
so 2 different factors.
Okay. So, and it's fair that you had seen this video prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that video from May 31st, 2024, was that video a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that took place?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as People's Exhibit 27.
Thank you. And for the audio, do you have a chance to prior listen to that?
Yes.
And was that audio a fair and accurate depiction of the audio that was recorded from the interview back on May 31st, 2024?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
Will it be admitted as People's 28?
Thank you, Judge. And you also interviewed him, well, let's go with the 31st. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. And I made clips this time. I'm not going to play the entire video. And for the record, this is from Exhibit 26, and it's clip 1. And this is clip 2.
I can't hear anything he's saying.
He is very quiet. I don't know if it's my volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on the TV. I can't hear one word.
Give me a try now. This is starting it for clip 2.
The history.
Now, in that clip, Mr. Butts was talking about him keeping his distance given his history,
Yes.
and that he tried to help as best as he could with flyers.
That he was trying to help with flyers regarding Na'Ziyah being missing, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to play clip 3.
One of the allegations, they said that I was supposed to be in the area, she was telling me I was supposed to be in the area at the time. I worked in the area. That's not supposed to, so. Did they say why they came to you, or were you just contacting you? I was trying to say these text messages. Something about meet them, and I exposed to the same that anytime we saw text messages from they said to see texting, really like what I was told. And I'm not here. Straight hanging and texting us and what's the best I say, from time to time, I have a lot of jobs.
Okay. Now, in that clip, he talks mostly about that there was some text messages. He would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop, you know, and he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
Okay. And that he believes that it's normal for her to text him for work.
Yes.
Okay. Now, clip 4.
Do you remember that? This, that he tried to tell him like it was for the money that he's not listening, or?
I remember that. That one text because we were visiting.
Okay.
And I never, seen it. And would like to know that.
Now, he's referring to seeing a text message but being busy.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what was that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him, and that he had assumed that he was going to be picking them up by the grandma's house. Then he had replied because he was busy working, and then he finally replied with okay.
Okay. Now, you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes.
What's the reason you came back the next day?
We had some more questions.
Okay. And was he once again, I guess, was he still constrained by that advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day, and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or we showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay. So you were using that same form?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, sorry. Okay. And once again, he acknowledged his rights,
Yes.
and he did continue to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't mention anything about not wanting to speak with you.
Correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And just one second. And I pass for voir dire to voluntariness for the June 1st statement.
Sergeant, do you recall on June 1st, you were with your partner, Sullivan? You didn't have him sign a form.
Well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, if he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember the form you signed yesterday. You still understand that?
And did I say that, or did
No.
Sergeant Sullivan say
Sergeant
that?
Sullivan said that.
Okay. You want me to say what Sergeant Sullivan said?
No, I just want, you went with your partner and you understand that nobody had him sign anything that day.
That he was re-advised of the rights from the form that he had signed the first day, and he was shown the form, and he agreed to continue to talk.
Are you sure he was re-advised, or so do you remember signing a form yesterday?
You would have to play to hear the exact, I can't tell you the exact words that Sergeant Sullivan said. I don't recall his exact words.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. As I recall hearing this tape, there was no reading of rights for the second date. The only thing that happened on the second date was he was advised, do you recall signing the form yesterday? Yeah, that still applies. That's not.
Do you want to play it so I can hear it?
Sure. You want to play June 1st, beginning, probably the first 5 minutes.
is 5:31. When did I put that though?
Ms. Ripley, it might be best to play that to show that he, or I want to see that as well, to show on the 31st what he understood it to be.
Oh, okay, yes, Judge.
There's just a lot of things going on. We're involved in some of it. We're just trying to get like our line grab also. Is that fair? Okay, we can make it to the right time. Do me a favor, I should not before I read this to me. You can read your hand. Okay, I'll hurt you on school. Okay, we're at. Where at? Oh, okay, nice. Alright. You could go get yours and you read those, and then initial so you understand.
Right to remain silent and we don't have to answer any questions. What's the name of any statements? Any statement of name or anything I say will be to the incident of the law. I have the right to an attorney present before and during the time I answer any questions or make any statements. If I cannot afford an attorney, I will be going for me without causing a court requires any question. I said at any time to exercise my rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. I understand that these are my rights under the law. I have not been written or promised anything that I am now desiring for these kinds of persons. Please to me for their speak.
Any questions about those? Okay, do me a favor, just let the initial license sign, and then the others all sign it. Or the card sign it. Ready to take time, I'll explain exactly what I'm doing. Yes. Then sign it, signature, and then the date sign. Yeah, we'll sign it there, you sign it right there. Today's May 31st already. I got 126 people. Whatever I have to do on there on the cost range.
And for the record, that was from People's Exhibit 27, and it was paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And somebody find the other one. And this is playing from Exhibit 29. at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't share it, I'm sorry. Playing at 1 minute and 22 seconds.
All right.
Good morning.
So here's my thing. We did talk after we left, right? And my thinking was, I'm literally leaving tomorrow morning, and I was stuck in a flight to Boston for 2 weeks training. And I'm thinking, like, how did it look like? I talked to you, I thought you had a good talk, we had certain, some stuff that we went back and looked at, And I'm thinking, like, if I come back 3 weeks from now, they're probably like, perfect, I don't remember that conversation. I just thought if we could, if I could talk to you this morning or today, and then we're gonna be gone for 2 weeks, right? So if you want to talk to me after, if you want to, and this is gonna be a yeah. Does that make sense? Okay, so I just thought, just say thing, turn the table, right? You guys come talk to me, and 2 weeks, you're coming directly the third week, like this, right? So I'd like to ask you if we kind of continue our talk, we talk some more. Okay, alright, so, but yeah, same rules apply, nothing's changed. We don't want to talk about something, we don't talk about something. There's no training on it, so you went over your rights yesterday. I'm probably just having time to the forum, right? Just so you're protected, we're protected. There are, if you want to just continue with this one. Okay, you're still familiar with your rights, correct? Right? Okay, nothing's changed, right? Alright, so,
I paused Exhibit 29 at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Judge, I would just say that it's Mr. Butts who agrees to continue with just that form. And I would also argue that another form is not actually needed. He did have that form in front of him. And in fact, because there was not even an invocation of a right, or there was nothing that would be, ambiguous or unequivocal, that there doesn't need to be another form signed. And Mr. Butts is clearly aware of his rights, as he stated. And he's the one who agreed to be okay with not signing another form and not going through with that.
And, Your Honor, I would argue that just because he may know his right does not dispose the government of their duty to make sure that he is read, understands his right each and every time they interview him. So the fact that they may think he knows his right does not mean that they aren't supposed to read him his right, make sure he understands them, make sure that they're accurate before he waives them. That's not a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver.
And Judge, I would just say that Mr. Butts was not even under arrest for this case. There was no rights even needed.
Yeah, they testified.
He was in County Green for something else.
He was in County Green for somewhere else, but he was not in his cell. He was not on his floor. They took him to another place where he was not free to go.
Well, he wasn't free to go because of another reason, Judge, not because of anything to do with this case.
So I also learned, I heard him saying there that he went to Wayne State for college. So
That's correct, Judge.
question of whether or not you can understand is out the window for me. The male detective did offer and said that he might as well do a different form, a new form for today. And the defendant, Mr. Butts, stated it wasn't necessary, not those exact words. And he said it's the same rules. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. And are you familiar with your rights? And asked him that, and he said yes. I don't see if there was anything that was not voluntary about that interaction. So I'm going to find, or I'm going to deny your objection and find some voluntary.
Thank you, Judge. And Sergeant Jones, that June 1st interview was audio recorded,
Yes,
and it was also video recorded,
yes,
just like the day before.
correct.
And that video, we've just seen a clip here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video statement that you took back on June 1st?
Yes,
We'll put them at People's Exhibit 29.
Any objection outside of the one already?
Outside of my standing objection?
Yes. Okay. It'll be admitted.
And it was also audio recorded.
yes,
And you had a chance to review that audio.
yes,
And that was a fair and accurate depiction of the audio recording of the interview back on June 1st.
yes, ma'am.
And I would move for the admission of Exhibit 30.
With the same standing objection, I would admit it.
Thank you, Judge. And now I also have clips for this.
Okay.
And Judge, do you mind if I sit while I?
No, I don't mind
Thank you. And publishing clip 1. Sorry. Yes, from Exhibit 29.
Before you, and I asked you if, I'm not telling you, I'm asking, did you see her? Okay, so.
And you were, Mr. Butts asked if he saw her.
Correct.
Who was he referring to?
Na'Ziyah,
Okay, and when were we talking about deny seeing her when?
on the 9th of January, 2024.
And I'm playing clip 2.
And yeah, I think I'm going to object to the former question.
What's your
Yeah,
objection?
all we heard was, did you see her? I don't think there's enough context for her to make that statement. This is what they were talking about. If that's the question that was asked, I just asked that you go back a little bit further and play the exact question and answer.
I'm sure, Ms. Rick, you have the full interview.
I do, Judge, but it's 3 hours long.
I don't need to hear the full interview, but if she's going to answer from the simple question, did you see her? The answer is no, that all this other information applies. I'd at least like to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, I would say that this entire interview is admitted. If the court wants to review that, I mean, I can go back a little further. It just might take 1 second. And this will be playing from just a couple of seconds back at 35:58.
Did you ask you to told her? Did I ask you? I mean, are you saying this very forward? Can I ask you to? I'm not telling you, I'm asking, did you see her? Okay, so, that's something.
Judge, I would just say for context, the officer can talk about who they are talking about in general.
Just ask the question.
Who are you guys who are you and Mr. Butts and Sergeant Sullivan talking about in this interview?
Na'Ziyah Harris.
Okay. And if there's someone else that you're talking about, do you mention them by name?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, overruled.
And then going to continue with clip 2.
When did she go listen to January? So, if you know, like, how long, when was the last time you saw her before that? Right, when did she tell her that? Was 2 days before? 2 days before, right? 2 days before I said, you were at the house, because you're the house. Yeah.
And playing clip 3.
He said something like he was on time. Okay, so the ammunition for correction says, she said some stuff, and they said, hey, this is where I was. And he had it in my back line. Yeah. But he had talked about a day, I don't remember which state it was, but he had talked about oil slamming and dropping off. That was repaired. And he had mentioned you were there, and he mentioned Zion was there. But I didn't know, that's why I'm asking, I'm not telling you. He mentioned what he's saying, I'm not saying that, right? But,
Playing clip 4.
okay. You were okay. Was anybody with you? I don't know, like I said, was there a little girl with you? Or a younger lady with you? You were by yourself? Did he drive over also? What did he do? Oh, okay, no, I'm just worried. It was like his or hers. Oh, okay.
And clip 5.
Alright, so like that night, like after you dropped off and all that stuff, did you hotel or did you stay at home that night?
And clip 6.
She text you on the phone. But it seems she didn't have a phone, it was a phone. So she texted you from a phone number? Yeah. Or from an app, or from an app, or she would text directly to your number. It was a phone number.
So you're coming in with the phone, like you said, I didn't, technology is not where they were coming in at the phone. Alright, okay.
I would get a call from the number.
Okay. Same number?
Yes.
Okay. Did you lock in as her? Okay.
So he
And playing clip 7.
Like that's your phone and that's her number, she's texting you from, right?
She's texting this is
I'm going to pause at 7 seconds. What is it that you are showing Mr. Butts at this time?
We printed out a copy of the text now messages.
Okay. And would those be the ones from people 16 to the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm continuing from 7 seconds.
It's going on, and then it's sent, that means that she sent it. If it's received, that means that he replied something to keep that accountable. So this is from a text now app. So like I said, I don't know that everybody knows the phone.
Yeah, that's very text.
Yeah, so.
You converts to a phone number.
Okay,
So
And in clip 8.
that's what I explained to them. But this is weird one here, like from her, like, send okay, you just seen this message, so I can delete your number. That's what I don't understand what that meant. Like, she's deleting the message. I don't understand what that meant. I was just said, so much time, I said, okay. Okay, I'll meet you, I'll be over to the house when I get done. So how do you go with this? You know, I said, I'll be there. Next time we pay them, maybe that day or so.
okay.
Or I'll pay them.
The next day or how much would you do with it?
And clip 9.
Didn't know she was.
But, I mean, she saw her like 2 days before she went missing. Did she look back to you? She didn't look bigger, like she might have been showing, was she wearing baggy clothes? Do you notice anything different, like face being rounder? No, I mean, you just saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're going to notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? That's she said something. But I was like, what? She said, I want to see what she was doing. I was like, she wanted to get there. Because this is pregnant. She said, I was like, I need to do it. I said, okay. And then we said, I was like,
She didn't know it was a business.
And clip 10.
Ms. Griffin,
So,
can you go back and play that one more time? The last one.
Yes. Replaying clip 9.
but, I mean, she saw her like 2 days before things. Did she went back to you? She didn't look at her, like she went and showed me, was she wearing bag or clothes? You didn't notice anything different, like face thing around her? No, you just saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, you don't recognize the change. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're going to notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? Like I said, it was 6 years something. But I was like, what? I don't know, see what she was pregnant. It was like, see, why did you get it? It was some pregnant. I was like, no, you tell me, I started that. And then they said, I was like,
Proceeding to clip 10.
so, even though it's deleted, right, this is all from the same app. And I want to make it clear though, I read through them and I see a lot of them where she's kind of an initiator on a lot of things. And I think she's young and she's an initiator. And I also get there's history, you guys have a relationship with each other. Not, when I say we're coming to a full member, what I'm trying to say to you is stay on the same path, okay? Because you're hurting, you are hurting, with all these people coming forward, your daughter coming forward is hurting you, yes? Don't separate, stay on the path with me because your children that are out there are hurting because they're seeing all this stuff, right? Don't let this be the next thing that they're going to see. And this is, we can go over this together, and if you have any questions, we can talk about it. Okay? So this starts here in March. Yes, 2023. And this is where she identifies who she is. Okay? And this number here, it's all your number. And it's all your number throughout all the pages. Okay? And over here is the column that says whether the person deleted the message or not. But when we talk about the nerds, once you put something out there on the internet, it's there forever. And it's on a device, and it's in your email, and it's on your account. It's on jarvisgoogle.com. And everything that you've searched is on there. All this stuff is leading to this. And I think that there has to be a way to break the pattern. And I'm trying to get you to see if we can break this pattern. Because this pattern has been going since when we got locked up. And it may have started before that. But I think you've got a lot of heavy on you. There's a lot of heavy right here that you're holding in. And it's here. It's like that. Can you call Nana yourself? These are going to be different conversations, right? She's giving me Nana's number. It's very clear that this is her. She has sent all these messages, and then you finally reply. I call her. And I see she's hitting you up again, and then you reply to the other, and it goes back and forth, right? So here I kind of see she's like, I just need somebody to talk to. So I think she's kind of reaching out to you. Was she going to retire or something? That's something I said as well. Alright. So here's some more sent messages. She's tired of people telling me that they love me, and then the next minute she's crying. She keeps calling for people traps and they treat her like shit. You're the only person I really trust. She asks you, do you think I'm ugly? Right? You reply, no. She says, thank you.
You asked her, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, she asked you, what are you doing? Then you replied, stop messing with people and just be mine. That's not all context. Alright, so I'm going to mark that on this. Wasn't meant like that? The title? Okay, so then I see there's like a bunch of missed calls and different things. I see there's a pattern here again. She's constantly, where are you? Where are you? Are you coming to get me or what? What's going on? Yes or no? It's getting late, right? Right, so here she's sending me pictures. Do you remember what these pictures were? Those are in a separate folder. Whatever pictures she sent you. She never sent you anything that maybe she was trying to see if she looked to or not, that you should have, that you already opened it up. Yeah. I mean, you received it, we know that. There's pictures, so what I'm saying is that this is just a text message. So here it tells you each time there's a message sent, right? Alright, so this is still, we're still in March. Okay. Then you sent something here, our company to you. And she says, what do you mean? You said, you heard me. And she replied, you can't do that. And then she said that she'd be doing it when I watch love you. Right? She always said love you. All of you, I love you. Like, okay, so like all the love. Oh. That's why we're talking about her, because things can get confusing, right? Alright, and we see that she sends another message. She's telling you about how she's high, right? So you're like, so? And then why are you mad? What are you doing? What is NTH? Nothing? Looking back and forth, and you come to get me. Then she says, here, you can only text me by this number. Don't text the Google Meet number no more. Okay, so then she finally got this app and it was like a consistent number. So after this Google Meet, then you're like, we talked about she got phone tables. Several different phones, tablets. Yeah, so I see that there's a whole bunch of stuff in here about call her, please, call her. Is this all like trying to get you to call her grandma? Okay, and then just maybe she was going down, so random, I love you in there. Pull up, and then you mad at me. Why would she be wondering if you're mad at her?
Because I wonder about the attention to.
So I see all these sent again, right? We're still only, now we're in May. This is May. What you doing? Good morning. I miss you. I miss you too. Okay. Then you sent, I can't stop thinking about you either. Yeah, see, this is received. So she said here, I can't stop thinking about you. Sent, and you replied, I can't stop thinking about you either. Alright, so
So it was in May of last year. Do you remember a little bit? So this is around the time that she got something with her mom. Okay, so her mom here is like, wow. So we'll see if we can figure out what happened between her and mom. But she keeps asking, like, don't be mad at me. Like, can you tell me why you're mad at me? Do you remember why? Because we're ignoring her? Or because we're busy? Well, you don't check the paper. You get stressed. Alright, so since back and forth. Something about I told you not to go into my room. Why do you take my stuff? Did you take something out of the room? I found something about the Nazi project. And I guess one of the bags was and I sat downstairs. I said I was in the house. Okay, says, let me some laundry bag, or you find her. Okay, so here's a bunch of stuff we're gonna get, I'm gonna call. Then we're gonna get to this one, which is, this is when we're gonna stay on the same path, okay? Can you read this one? Didn't I make you come faster than ever? I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel alone that I can't have you? Is this? Yes, you try to call her. So then it goes back and forth. And she sends you, this is in June now, okay? You want to hit it from the back again? And then you asked her to send me some more pictures, please. Send me some pictures. That's what you said. Yeah, so what pictures did I send? You said, send me some pictures, please. Well, that's probably next page.
So, and like this is going down that, just, remember what I said about, is there something maybe she's, not saying you're a victim, but is there something that she's saying to her, playing with you, right? Did she ever say anything like, I like you, sexual, or anything like that, right? That's why I was asking, right?
This is hard to talk about.
It is.
Like I said, well, here's something about it, because these are some of the questions that we asked. And then I didn't have sexual relations.
That's just right.
We gotta have a sexual relationship.
Clip 11.
So this is entertaining the thought.
So I want to ask you this.
I didn't hear anything in that last clip.
I can replay it.
So this is entertaining the thought.
So I want to ask you this.
Thank you.
Ready? All set? And clip 12.
I mean, I'm sending some pictures of her after she's asking you if you're going to hit her in the back again. As far as that goes, send me some pictures. I see some pictures, I'm wearing some pictures that were in the house.
13.
Alright, now we're back to the, are you coming over? I missed you, good night, call me. Then you randomly send her and June 26th. I want some pussy.
No, that wasn't, I didn't say that, sir. I didn't say that, sir. I said that to my baby. So I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Like I said, maybe all times. Yeah, I do.
Your new text is children?
Yes.
So this would be in Shannon's home?
Whatever that number is, I think it was, like I said,
So Shannon sends you text messages on it too?
I said first, it was like on my phone. Like I said, it's
So you can have some plan whenever you come get me, call me when you want to tell, call me, want to tell you something. You can get some today. Now here's where you can get some pussy. This is all within seconds of each other, okay? Now here's why this is not Shannon. Because the next sentence is, tell her you have an inspection tomorrow and get coming early. And this is the discussions about, so you can call grandma.
Yes, I didn't, like I said, I never had no such procedure. Every time I had a mistake, I guess it was to understand. So, as far as this goes, I remember this, these,
So this was meant for Shannon.
and that wasn't for she.
Never asked you, did anybody else say, hey, this is me, this is her home, man? That's what I'm saying, that's not a stranger. Or anybody, you know, so Shannon sending this going like that.
I always been stopped before, I touched my phone, stopped before, I don't have phones, bro. So she did, I understand.
Okay.
Now, like I said, this one, my application, I remember getting this one because I was doing my inspection, I never came.
Where's the inspection?
But if you told them that there's an inspection in the shop, so they were supposed to come over.
I'm saying I'm showing you that. I was just getting that, just got it back, like I said, I don't know
All right, and so are all these good morning, babe, I love you, miss you, are you naked? Is this all, we're assuming Na'Ziyah, this is, she's sending them. Are you naked? I don't want to get naked. Are you mad that I didn't? Alright, so now here's where some pictures come in. This is the fit for today, which is for outfit. And she sent another picture. This is sent, and then you send her, but I can't not inside you, so it's different.
like I said, I don't know.
And she says, why you can't, did you do it before? And we said, but I had to buy pills to do it.
I never touched. And like I said,
What kind of pills you talking about?
as far as it goes, the inside have 65 years, the nurses are over. That's not a question. I was saying something like that. It was really because of that. I never was sexual relationship with that.
So you're saying that's probably with Shannon?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, I said, I'm trying to differentiate, how do you know when she would take over that phone? Okay. Do you remember typing that?
Which one?
I can't not
Do you remember the conversation? This is something I was like, I'm reading this with the ends of my computer. I started that.
And clip 14.
So in here, she's talking about, she always sent, look at how many she sent you. All back, boom, always the same amount, right? And she's apologizing for something. I didn't go see anybody, I swear, I came straight back. My friend lives right down the street, and she didn't answer, so I came back.
went to sleep. I'm sorry, please. I didn't see out for nobody, I swear. If I remember, it was that's about. She told me, well, she tell shit. I heard her she's out. 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. There's so much about it. I just was, she was my friend. So, why is she calling you vague? You never corrected her on that? Don't be out at 5 or 10 midnight, you did respond to my messages, so that's all in here. Stop ignoring me. Then she says, if you don't believe me, I'll send you my Instagram password. So she sent you her Instagram, and she gave you the password, her Gmail password. I hope you believe me now. You really don't want to believe me, but I will tell you the truth. I just want to make your day better. So, by looking at this, and whether you felt the same way, she thinks she's in a relationship with you. Because while she's reaching out to you, she's confiding to you, she's calling you babe, she's saying I love you, she's apologizing, I didn't do this, don't get upset, stop ignoring me. Those are all things that I guarantee every one of the other women that get pissed off at you or whatever, you guys probably go back and forth and say, this is not a police humble conversation. You may not have been looking at it a certain way, but she's looking at you a different way. Does that make sense?
And clip 15.
So there's like 2,000 messages, and that's very small, right? So this is where, this is still in June. What's not going on in June? Are you still picking up Na'Ziyah? And you asked when, she said today, you said no, she said why, and you said it's just me and you, because I was never picking her up. She says, okay, I really like that it's only me and you. I go, why would I did it? Let's say you didn't. I didn't want to say that to her. It was just me and you, because I wasn't allowed. So that's how I text you. Alright, so this is still the same day. Okay? She said, what's the day? Because I was never picking her up, I really wanted that. You really didn't want her there, no way. That's what you said. I know I didn't want her there. This is not that I'm not picking her up. This is, why? And you should have said, why? Because she do too much in your mind. Mind. And Shannon said that she said no for today. I know she said no for today. And she says the meaning is your mind and mine only, the dick and all of your mind. So this is about what you said. That's what so this is about the time that you said, oh, this is all close to that. That was going to blew your mind away. That you thought about your feelings. And then she said, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours. I said, I just had a so it was not like a role playing. I just had a
She's getting a little stronger than what it's
And clip 16.
It was never a session. It was never Well, this is actually, I'm saying this question. Right, that's what I'm saying. So just so you understand, this is sexual. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's all sexual.
You're saying, you just never,
So this is like accessory. I want to know the meeting, we said third on, this continues to, you're agreeing here that this was testing and we were entertaining it, so they never followed up on this. Right, that's what I'm saying, this is
just role play.
you were just sitting there talking, and you got to follow up, and it continues. I'm just.
And clip 17.
Okay. These pictures that she sent, what were the pictures of? I know you didn't do it. So what? Describe the pictures to me. If I didn't know what the picture looked like, describe what it would be. What was she wearing when she was in there? Shirts, did you do photos of herself? You take them? Or did you do like top to bottom, or? But you could tell who it was.
That was a little bit hard to hear. What photos? How did he describe the photos?
He described one of the photos that she had taken a picture in the bedroom wearing like some lingerie, nighty clothes. That some of the pictures she was nude, that she was nude from top to bottom. That some of them were a little blurry, but he could still tell that it was her.
And clip 18.
Then here you asked her, this is now in July.
I'm just going to pause at 6 seconds to.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes, please. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I just was informed we need to take a restful break. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Good?
Yeah.
We got it straight. I walked over there and walked back. I walked over there, get it straight. Yeah, they actually got it yesterday. They got it right back on.
It's right down there.
You walked over where?
I don't know, this
To the
is-
Guardian building.
I think so. Okay.
It's cold out there.
Right.
It's
cold.
cold enough.
I had a cold
First of all, it is that cold.
It felt like I had a hoodie, a coat, and
You got the uniform.
my hat here.
Yeah, y'all uniforms.
And I was walking fast.
I'll be walking fast. I'll be running out there sometimes. Don't get in here and be crying.
I had a truck.
Right.
It's cold. I mean, it is, but I didn't get cold.
Me either.
We're back on the record, 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. We took a brief moment to have sidebar with all council to discuss timing. We've all agreed that we cannot finish today, by 4:30 or 5 o'clock, and that this would be a good time to break until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes, yes, Judge.
I swear you again. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing? Whenever you're ready, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. And may I share my screen?
Yes.
And we left off with clip 18 from People's Exhibit 29.
Then here you ask her, this is hours of lie. Can I get my dates up today? Right. Okay, so still nothing has happened. And then some pictures, we liked it. How many pictures do you think she sent you over this period? You didn't share them to nobody. I tried to figure out how to get them on the internet, anything like that. Usually get up pretty quickly and save them on here quick. These fake invisible folders that are really, as you can see, not invisible. Yes. Right. Alright, so then still this is July, and it's talking about she wants to fly, you're very busy. So we're still entertaining here at this point. Alright, so here, I just want to give you this data will make you remember what was going on, because she said, I want to talk to you. Are you busy? Text me. Where are you at? I'm trying, she's going all this. And then you said, why? Go upstairs in the bathroom. So you obviously were at the house. Alright, and you said, why? And she said, just go. And then you said, we doing something or what? Oh, she said, we doing something or what? And you said, no. And she says, I want to lay with you. And you said, I'm going upstairs. And said, okay, she has to be up here too. I just want to chill with you. So, is she? Yes. You know she wants some gigs, so she's going to follow you upstairs.
Shannon?
Okay. So this is that day. And then you said, not getting me. This is your day. So for me, you understand it. So that's entertaining. Okay. I know it's mine. Give her some dick. So ask and shut up. So basically he's telling you, give her some so she can shut up and leave you alone. She only acted like that because she's horny. And then you said, I want to see you while you're in the shower. And I'm assuming that was well, so she said no. I'm pretty sure.
How long after that?
This is the same, this is still on that same day.
Was that right after?
Yeah, that's right after. Come back downstairs, so you're still up there. And she's pushing it, right? Like, damn, hurry up, I want you back. Come downstairs so I can sit on it and feel it real quick. I promise it's not going to be long, just a few up and downs, please. Daddy, don't tell me you're scared. So, when I talk about all these things she was initiating, do you remember this day you were open? And she's asking you to hurry up and go have sex with Shannon so that she can have sex with you? Still didn't know? Oh, you were still strong. Okay, so let me remember in the house. And then we sat in the shower, also here's the pictures. Daddy, now you've turned into Daddy. So I went from Bestie. Alright, well, we're still in July here. In the shower, hope you know that we're fucking today. Is what you sent her. Hope you know that we're fucking today. Okay, I'm fine with it. We're still in the king here. Alright, so still nothing is happening. No kissing, nothing, no touching, rubbing, nothing. Over here, she's kind of talking about don't park in front of the house. You better hurry up. She's trying to get you to sneak into the house. Was that ever something that you guys played joke about that you were to sneak in up there or something? Why are you going to sneak in her home? You can't. It's not set up that way. What about when you're at the shop? Did she ever try coming up and touching you or anything like that during all of this? There's always somebody there. Is there a room in the shop? No, I'm saying, is there like a private room, like if you were tired and wanted to sleep there, there's a cot? I mean, you're saying this whole time, I'm just...
She never did like one-on-one with you to so and I never see that as and she said, like, all right, enough talk, let's do it. Anything that she ever, like, trying to make something, you know, you said, did that. Did you ever have to physically stop? Okay, all right.
So you're...
Playing clip 19.
Did you ever get a room with her? Never? That same night that she went missing in the room? You went straight home that night? When you get a room, when you have to show? So if you went somewhere, they would have your ID and stuff on file? Even on a short stay, or... I don't know, I never had a short stay. Do you make your ID no matter what?
And playing clip 20.
Now we are in September, okay? She says, my period hasn't come at all. Hello, are you there? And you asked, what do you mean? She said, it had not came. Since when? Since I was in the hospital. That was last month. I'm scared, I don't know what to do. I have to go to the doctors. You said that you took... You said this. You said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative.
Do you remember that conversation then? There was a moment that she said, she was back in the new.
So you said she was like pregnant.
The doctor.
said, you said that you took a pregnancy test in Phoenix. I did. So open another one. Is what you told her. She said, I can't have no money. She said, you go get one. So you ain't scared to get a plan B. Get a pregnancy test and bring it there today. Just act like. So this goes back, this plan B pill goes back to the pill message that you were referring to. That you said you were talking to Shannon. You have a first about plan B pill?
Do you remember that talk about? I mean, I'm saying, like, is this the one where we're switching over to Shannon, or is that pretty much her?
Yes. I did. So open another one. Is what you told her. She said, I can't have no money. She said, you go get one. So you ain't scared to get a plan B. Get a pregnancy test and bring it there today. Just act like. So this goes back, this plan B pill goes back to the pill message that you were referring to. That you said you were talking to Shannon. You have a first step about plan B pill?
Do you remember that talk about? I mean, I'm saying, like, is this the one where we're switching over to Shannon, or is that pretty much her?
Yes. That's not very good. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, it's also her.
In the other one, you can't remember. You're talking about you can't remember anymore.
That's right.
Because she had just had abortion.
Right.
So, but that was talking about a pill back then too.
Yeah.
So, we are being false, yes. She doesn't ask if you will cuddle. Did you ever just cuddle with her on the couch? Not sexually, not whatever. Like, did she ever, when you came over, she sit next to you like,
Do you want water or something?
I have survived all this. So now she's talking to you about, now she's upset. See all this? And you sent one. Like you, I get you don't like conflict, you don't like breaking girlfriends when you don't want to break. Just to let you know what's wrong, I know you're cheating. I just want to talk, I really don't want to lose you. Can we talk later? So what would she feel that, how is it that she would feel like you are cheating on her? Did you ever tell her that on these phone calls, like, I'm gonna wait for you, and it's just gonna be us, and when you get older, I know. I'm saying there's some phone calls, like, so, because that's just I'm trying to figure out why would she even cheating on me.
Does she know your lifestyle? I mean, if the ladies are talking about, you know, there's other ladies. Okay, so she would know that you have a couple ladies and or like you gave me the cheating. Yeah, okay. So citizen, she knows. But she's talking to the ladies now, so they hopefully they would know you have a couple. Okay, so. Yeah.
When I finished talking to her, she complained about a kid class that the baby was spraying her. What was that message? Like, you remember that message at all? Well, it's definitely her. She's so small already that there's 4 or 5 months that's you really haven't had to change clothes yet. And it's getting ready to. Well, the first one is different than the other ones.
And clip 21.
Kane saying like that she went out there, she came back, right? But Kane wasn't the only one that said that. Okay, there was a lady that you're related to, that said, yeah, she was at the shop that night. I believe Kane was out there. Your sister was at the shop. Sister was at the shop. She said, like, you don't have an offer. Yeah.
Because my sister, she comes. My sister works not too far. And anytime my sister comes, it's during the daytime. She never afternoon or on the weekend. She's done on the weekend. She comes. I always service her. My sister last for a minute. Next time I talk to you, sir.
So she was sick at night?
She has to.
Oh, I see. Right.
I'm not.
Now, Sergeant, I had asked you yesterday about the subscriber information as it relates to People's Exhibit 16, which is for that 231-743-3137 text now number. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I had asked you about the phone ownership dates. What is the actual registration date as it relates to that phone number for Na'Ziyah Harris?
If I could look at the report to refresh.
Intermatter.
Yes.
Thank you.
The registration date for the 231 number is March 4th, 2023.
Okay, and that's as it relates to Na'Ziyah Harris getting that number.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to just backtrack a little bit before getting back to the messages. You had stated yesterday that when you searched Mr. Buck's home, you had found some guns.
Yes.
Did you, in any other searches, did you find any other kind of weapons?
Yes.
And what were the, well, first, where were they found and what were they?
When we had searched Nev, there was a firearm inside the vehicle, the same vehicle that had Mr. Buck's phone. That firearm was later determined to be registered to Tashiana. When we searched Mr. Buck's car, there were several like kitchen knives in there throughout the car, various sizes. There was the weapons that were inside his home. And I believe that was as far as any weapons. There might have been some other type of blunt instrument or something, but nothing significant that I documented.
Okay. And Mr. Butt's vehicle that Escalade was processed,
Yes,
and those items were sent to the lab,
yes,
and that's along with Miss Latricia Johnson's Nissan.
yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk in your training and experience, having been with police for 24 years. Have you seen types of wounds made through clothing?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you saw the black hoodie that was recovered had some holes in the head, in the hood area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what, like either some sort of like sharp object or a gun or something of the sort? Are you familiar with what that would look like through clothing?
And yeah, at this point, I'm going to object. I think the answer would call for her to speculate on what caused these wounds.
I'm not asking her to say what caused the
I'm sorry,
holes.
called the holes. My
In this
apologies.
specific
Yeah,
case, but in her
correct.
experience.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
you may be objecting after a few questions, but for this one, overruled.
Yeah, so throughout the hundreds of scenes that I've been to, various scenes, whether they may be fatal stabbing, it may be a blunt force trauma, I've responded and processed many gunshot scenes. When there's clothing where a weapon was used, you do see that type of tearing. It could be from a bullet hole, it could be from a knife, it could also be from a struggle or pulling.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't know how those holes got in the hood of that black hoodie.
Correct.
Okay. But those holes could be, in your experience, consistent with things that you have observed in your training and experience as it relates to struggles, stabs, bullets, things of that sort.
Correct.
Okay. Now, on Mr. Buck's phone, after that January 9th text to Na'Ziyah saying, okay, was there any other texts to Na'Ziyah's number after that date?
From Mr. Buck's phone?
Yes.
No.
Okay. There was no attempts to reach Na'Ziyah's number on Mr. Butt's phone?
There was no contact between Mr. Butt's phone and the text now number after that.
Okay. And in your role in this case, did you go through Na'Ziyah's kind of social media records and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And since January 9th, 2024, have you been able to find anything as it relates, anything from Na'Ziyah Harris on social media?
No.
Now, we got to hear some of these text messages in the interview, but going through them, that's what we're going to start now. Let's start with 15. Starting with people's Exhibit 15. These are the messages from 313-379-5882. Do you have a copy with you?
I don't have a copy of that now.
Can you read the messages that were sent from that number to Jarvis Butt's number, or I guess the messages that were captured within People's Exhibit 15? So, including the dates and approximate times.
So the first message is September 24th, 2022 at 22:15 hours UTC. She sends, bald head Janiyah, come here.
And that's to a number that's not Mr. Butt's.
Correct.
Okay.
Then the next message is on September 27th, 2022. All of these dates are from 2022. So September 27th at 1:37 a.m. UTC. It is sent to Mr. Butt's phone. we fitness sing happy birthday. Immediately after that, at the 17-second mark, again to Mr. Butt's phone, it says, come on. On that date, September 27th at 1:52 a.m., another message is sent to Butt's phone asking, you okay? September 27, 2022, 1:54 a.m., she sent a message, where are we doing it at your choice? Immediately following that text, a message is received to Na'Ziyah, to this text now number, from Mr. Butt's phone that says, you tell me. 9:27, 1:55 a.m., a message is replied to Jarvis, says basement. 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to Na'Ziyah from Mr. Butt's phone that says, you sure? At 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to Na'Ziyah, from Na'Ziyah to Mr. Butt, saying, or job. At 1:57 a.m., a message is sent to Na'Ziyah from Mr. Butt's phone, saying, can you suck my dick, please? The message immediately following that, from Mr. Butt's phone to Na'Ziyah, and make sure you erase the messages. Still September 27th, 1:59 UTC, a message is sent to Mr. Butt that says, okay, that is what I planned to do. Another message is immediately following that at 2:01 to Mr. Butt. You turn me on just looking at you, and then there's a bunch of letters, which possibly it's maybe an image that was sent that doesn't capture on the messages. 2:02 a.m., Na'Ziyah sends another message to Jarvis, what time to be in the basement? 2:03 a.m., he replies and sends her a message that says, go change your clothes and take your panties off. Na'Ziyah replies to Mr. Butt and says the letter K. At 2:10 a.m., so 7 minutes later, a message is sent from Na'Ziyah to Jarvis's phone. I hear you, what you looking at? Jarvis replies back immediately to her saying the letter U. At 2:13 a.m. UTC, still on September 27th, Na'Ziyah sends Jarvis a message that says, I know, I'm finna sleep good. There's another message directly after that that has a bunch of symbols, so I'm not sure if it was one of those little emojis. 2:14 a.m., she sends to him, what about you? The next message she sends to him immediately after, sometimes I be wanting to live with you. 2:16 a.m., she sends to him, you know what I mean. 2:18 a.m., she sends, what time I'm ready. 2:23 a.m., she sends to Mr. Butt's phone number, we not doing it or what? 2:23 a.m., Na'Ziyah sends to Mr. Butt, I really want you. This is still on the same day, September 27th, 2022. This is now 2:23 a.m. UTC time. Mr. Butt replies to Na'Ziyah, yes. 2:24 a.m., Na'Ziyah sends, pull your car down the street and come back, I'll be waiting. 2:25 a.m., Jarvis's phone replies back to her, "Come ride with me and Na'Ziyah, N-I-Y." 2:25 a.m. she replies, "Did they say I can come?" At 2:30 UTC, she sends him a message that says, "I'm sorry, but love you." 2:30 UTC, he immediately replies back, "Come on." 2:31, Na'Ziyah replies, "I can't, I'm going to get in trouble." The next message is at 2:35. She sends, "When you come back, drop Na'Ziyah off, pull your car down the street, and I'll come in the base. I'll be waiting." Then immediately after that, she sends, "Basement, please." Jarvis replies, "Okay." At 2:40, Jarvis replies, "You in the basement yet?" Immediately after that, Na'Ziyah replies back, "Yeah." Now we are the next day being, it's now September 28th, 2:28 a.m. UTC. She sends Jarvis a message that says, "Are we doing it tonight? I'm ready, fresh out the shower." The next message is a reply from him to her. Well, this is September 30th now at 1:25 a.m. UTC. He replies, "Yo." September 30th, 2:59, she replies, "You coming over?" She then sends another message directly after that, "Don't have school." At 3:07, a reply is received to Na'Ziyah from Jarvis saying, "Yep." She then replies, "K, we'll be waiting." At 3:17 a.m., he sends another message, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, "Text me when you get here." At 3:21 a.m., this is still September 30th date, Jarvis replies and sends a message to her saying, "Outside." Now we have skipped to September 30th, but it is now on here at 23:13 hours UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis saying, "Hey boo, you coming over?" The next message is now October 1st, 2022, 1:51 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis asking, "You coming?"
And are there any other messages to Jarvis after that? Mr. Butt's phone?
No.
Okay. And now, do those indicate whether or not they were deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And how many of those were deleted? Or how many of them were not deleted is a better question.
Looks like all of them were deleted except for the one where she was, at the very beginning, she had actually texted somebody else, which I believe might have been Shannon's phone at the time, saying, "Baldhead Janiyah, come here." But all the messages between the 8719, which is Jarvis's number, are marked on here as deleted except, let's see. On September 30th, the "Hey boo, you coming over?" And the "You coming" text, those ones were not deleted and still show on here.
Okay, so those last two.
Yes.
Okay. Now, going through people's Exhibit 16 messages, as it relates to the 231-743-3137. Oh, I'm sorry, before that, without telling us Na'Ziyah's actual birthday, in September 24th, 2022, what age had Na'Ziyah just turned?
In 22,
Yes.
she would have just turned 12.
Now, do you have a set of these, the messages from the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go through those. And there are sections that are highlighted, and I want to follow along. What is the first message that is sent?
It is sent on March 4th, 2023 at 23:35 UTC. It's sent to Jarvis's 8719 number, and it says, "It's me, Na'Ziyah."
Okay. And just for clarification purposes, all the messages within this exhibit are sent to Jarvis's 8719 number.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to jump to March 16th of 2023. There's a highlighted message there. Can you read that one?
Yeah. So just before that, the UTC time on here, just so I'm not having to math throughout, from March 10th to November 3rd, it would be -4 hours. So any date that falls within those days would be -4. Any dates outside of those ranges would be -5 hours.
And you said that's
But I'm
March-
going to read it off of here what the time is stamped in date.
Okay. You said that's March 10th through November.
3rd,
Okay. That's -4 UTC.
-4, yes.
Okay. So continue with that.
Yep, so
16th.
March 16th, 2023 at 0006 hours, she receives a message from Jarvis that says, "Stop messing with people and just be mine."
And was that deleted?
No.
Now, moving on to May 3rd, 2023. There's a set of highlighted messages. Can you read those?
Yeah, so these messages are May 3rd, 2023, starting at 15:06. Jarvis sends a message that says, "I'm coming to get you." Immediately after, Na'Ziyah replies, "What you mean?" Jarvis then replies to her, "You heard me." Immediately after that, Na'Ziyah replies to Jarvis, "You can't do that." Then sends another message immediately after, which is now still 15:07 hours, that says, "I'm finna go to lunch, love you."
And were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Now, moving to May 30th of 2023.
May 30th, 2023 at 13:01 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, "I miss you." At 13:02 hours, he replies back, the letters "I-M-U," and then the number 2.
And were either of those deleted?
No.
And what about starting with May 31st of 2023?
May 31st, 2023, this is at 13:37 hours. He sends her a message that says, "I can't stop thinking about you either." The next message then goes and starts is now June 5th, 2023 at 11:59 p.m., well, 11:59 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis, "Hey, you may think I'm ignoring you, but I'm not. My phone broke." At 12 o'clock, another message is sent, "So I will text you off this number." At 12:01, same date, she sends him a message, "Are you mad at me?" At 12:01, he replies back to her, "Yes." At 12:02, she replies back the letter Y. At 12:03, she sends, please don't be mad. At 12:04, she sends, can you tell me why you mad at me, yes or no? At 12:05, he replies to her saying, I haven't seen or talked to you.
Okay, now, well, first, were any of those deleted?
No.
Okay, now I want to actually go to one that I did not highlight. 12:08, June 5th, 12:08 and 28 UTC through June 5th, 12:08 and 49 UTC. Can you read those?
Those three?
Yes.
Okay, so June 5th, 2023, 12:08, 28 seconds. He sends her a message with the letters WYA. At 12:08, 35 seconds, she replies, school. 12:08, 49, he sends her a message that says, I'm at your house.
And now, I want to go, actually, can you keep reading through June 5th at 12:09? Oh. $12:09 and 4 seconds.
So the next, so just one more message down?
Yeah, just keep reading it.
Okay. 12:08, June 5th, he had sent to her, I'm at your house. At 12:09 and 4 seconds, she says, damn, we was just. Then immediately after that is another text that says, there. Then at 12:11, she sends him, you bet not be in my room. At 12:12, she sends, I need another phone. At 12:13, she sends, I miss you. At 12:14, he sends her a message that says, I stole your panties.
Okay. And now, were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Now I want to go to June 16th. There's some highlighted messages there.
June 16, 2023, at 2:50 a.m. and 25 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, didn't I make you come faster than ever? On June 17, at 8:59 and 06 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel knowing that I can't have you to myself, but you have me to yourself, and no, I'm not seeing anybody else, I swear.
And were either of those deleted?
No.
Now I want you to go down on the page to June 23rd. And there's a set that are highlighted.
Yes. June 23rd, 2023 at 23:54 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis, the letter U, then you going to hit it from the back again with question marks. At the next day, which is now June 24th at 19:11 hours, he sends her a message that says, send me some pictures, please. At 19:20, she replies, don't you still got the other pics? At 19:47, he replies to that and says, no. At 20:19 hours, she sends to him, I will send some.
And now moving through to June 26th. There's a set highlighted there. Oh wait, sorry, first, those ones that you just read, were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay, now moving to June 26th.
June 26, 2023 at 16:31 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, call me when you have time. At 16:33 hours, he replies back to her, I want some pussy. At 16:33 hours and 50 seconds, she replies back to him, you can have some. At 16:39 hours and 41 seconds, he replies to Na'Ziyah, when? At 16:49 hours and 28 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, whenever you come get me. At 21:16 hours, she sends to Jarvis, call me, want to tell you some, S-U-M. At 21:24 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, you can get some today. At 21:24 hours, she sends another message that says, you can get some pussy today.
And were any from that set deleted?
Yes, all of them.
All of them, okay. Now moving to June 27th. There's a set that's highlighted. Can you read those, please?
Yes. June 27th at 7:55 UTC. There is a incoming call to Na'Ziyah from Jarvis that is listed as a missed call, and the name on here that she has this number saved is Bae for Life, B-A-E, the number 4, and then life. Then at 7:56, he sends her a text that says, are you naked yet? At 7:58, she replies to him and says, no, I don't want to get naked. At 7:59, she replies, are you mad that I didn't get naked? At 8:01 hours, he sends to her, I used to you telling me no. At 8:06, still on June 27th, he sends her a message that says, she sends him a message that says, come on, babe, I'm sorry, just not in the mood right now, I'm sorry.
Okay, and were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay, now jumping to just a little later in the day on June 27th, there's a set highlighted.
So on June 27th, now at 16:24 hours, he sends her a message that says, but I can't nut inside you, so it's different. At 16:25, she replies, why you can't? Didn't you do it before? At 16:25 and 40 seconds, he replies, but I had to buy a pill to do so. At 16:26, she replies to him, yeah, you right. At 16:26, 28 seconds, she sends, but what you doing, but it's abbreviated WYD. At 16:28 and 45 seconds, she sends to him, are you busy? With a question mark. And those were deleted.
Thank you. Now, jumping forward to June 28th.
On June 28th, so this next set in here, they're all sent from Na'Ziyah to Jarvis.
Yes.
And they start at 17:10 on June 28th, 2023. And it starts off as, Bae, I didn't go see nobody. I swear I came straight back. At 17:11, my friend lived right down the street. She didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep. The next message, Bae, please, I'm sorry. Immediately after that, she sends, I didn't sneak out for nobody, I swear. 17:12, 58 seconds, she sends, I know you having a rough day, but I swear I'm not lying. At 17:14, she sends, babe, please, I swear I didn't go see no niggas. 17:14, she sends, I don't talk to nobody but you. 17:15, she sends, I was only out for 5 or 10 minutes, I came straight back. 17:15 and 56 seconds, you didn't respond to none of my messages, so I thought you were asleep, so I went to sleep. 17:17, why won't you believe anything I tell you? I'm not like other girls. There is no need for me to lie to you. 17:18, you said I'm all yours, but you acting like it. You are overthinking it. I just want to be yours. 17:19, please stop ignoring my calls. You don't want me to see nobody, and I'm not. 17:20, babe, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. 17:21, I promise you there is no one else. 17:24, if you don't believe me, I will send you my Instagram password.
Now, these next messages, from 17:24 to 17:25, don't read what the username and passwords are, just that they were sent.
So the next message is she's sending her Instagram username and a password along with her Gmail email and giving the password to that as well.
Okay, and now starting again with 17:26.
So on June 28th, still 17:26, the next message is still all being sent to Jarvis from Na'Ziyah are, I hope you believe me now. You really don't want to believe me, but I will tell you the truth every time. Immediately after that, I just want to make your day better, babe. I'm sorry. Feel free to log in at any time or go through my messages. Now at 17:42, she sends, I only want to be with you. At 18:09, babe, I'm sorry for not telling. I swear I will next time, please. Still 18:09, babe, I love you. Please call me back. Now at 18:18, come on, babe, please. At 18:19, so what if I will be able to get out tonight and I'm calling you and texting you, are you still going to ignore me? At 18:21, she says, you are so busy, I feel like you don't want me. This is why I don't open up to you, because if I do, you get mad and don't want to talk. So how am I going to trust you? I do, but you don't trust me. It's up to if you want to be with me or not. At 18:45, she says, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't get why you so upset. At 18:46, all I tried to do is make you happy, but clearly I'm not enough for you. Cut me off. I don't anymore. You FRL, for real. Never even fucked with me. All I want is you to love me. At 18:47, I tried so hard, but you don't understand that. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm cheating, but I'm not. I gave passwords and all that, and all. What more do I have to prove I'm not cheating? Now this message is when Jarvis actually finally replies, which is at 18:55. He sends to her, I'm working, love.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, moving on to June 29th.
June 29, 2023 at 21:44 hours. She sends to Jarvis, when you off work? At 21:49, she sends, pick me up before you pick up Janiyah. At 22:02, she sends, hope to see you soon. At 22:47, she sends, I'm never getting out of this hellhole. At 22:48, he replies with the letter Y. 22:48, she sends, she will never let me out, it's so boring over here. 22:50, she sends, well, I will, she has the word she on here, UTM. And then the very next text after that, it says, I will see you tomorrow. Then at 22:50, he replies to her, or tonight.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, continuing on June 29th.
June 29th, 22:52 hours. Na'Ziyah sends, are you still picking up Janiyah? 22:53, he replies, when? 22:53, she sends to him, today. At 22:53, he replies back, no. 22:53, 18 seconds, she sends the letter Y. 22:53, he sends back to her, it's just me and you. At 22:53, he sends another message that says, because I was never picking her up. At 22:53, she replies, okay, I really like that it's only me and you. 22:54, he sends back, you really didn't want her there, no way. 22:54, she replies, I know I didn't want her there. 22:55, he replies to her with the letter Y. 22:55, she sends back, because she do too much and you mine. 22:57, Jarvis replies to Na'Ziyah saying, meaning. 22:58, he then sends, and Shan said that she said no. Then the next message from him is for today. At 23:06, Na'Ziyah sends Jarvis, I know she said no for today. And then at 23:07, Na'Ziyah sends, the meaning is you're mine and mine only, the dick, and all you're mine and will stay mine. At 23:14, she sends, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours. The date on here is now June 30th at 00:16 hours. Jarvis replies to her and says, all of you. Immediately after that, your mind, body, and soul. At 00:17 hours, he sends to Na'Ziyah, the pussy, ass, mouth, legs, arms, face, and then he has the word everything in all caps. At 01:19 hours, she replies, oh really? And then there's some type of emoji. Immediately after that, she says, want to see that tomorrow? And it's the same little symbols on there. At 02:47 hours, he sends back to her, meaning. It's now 06:03 hours. She sends to him, when we fuck. Then at 06:24 hours, he sends a message to her, what you doing, but it's just the letters WYD.
And were those messages all deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving later on in the day to June 30th.
June 30th at 22:18 hours, Jarvis sends to Na'Ziyah, I'm outside. Then the next message is at 23:36 hours, he sends to Na'Ziyah, go take them panties off. At 23:37 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, are we going to the room? 23:37, Jarvis replies, IDK, meaning I don't know. 23:38, she sends to him the letters PLS, or please. 23:38, he replies to her the letter Y. 23:39, she replies back and says, because we got more space. 23:39, he then sends a message to her that says, to do. She then immediately replies to fuck, WYM, or what you need. Then immediately after that, she sends to him, we going or what?
And moving forward to July 1st. Oh, wait, first of all, were any of those messages just read deleted?
All of these were deleted.
Okay. Now to July 1st.
July 1st, 2023 at 14:31, she sends a message to Jarvis that says GM for good morning. At 15:22, he replies, GM quitting. At 15:24, she sends back, whatever, I was tired. And at 15:28, she sends, still my dick though. At 15:28, he sends to her, there's 3 letter B's, so it's VVV dot BE, and then a space N, and then the uppercase Q and the lowercase q, as we know. He then sends another message at 15:28 with the words no. At 15:29, she sends, okay, fine. Yo, pussy, my dick. He then replies to her at 15:38, who said? She sends back to him, me. It's your pussy.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And I want to stay on that same page for a second. Sorry. The messages on July 1st, starting from 1907 to 2135.
July 1st, 1907, he sends a message to her that says, I'm trying to fuck. At 1952, she replies back, okay. At 1952, she sends a message that says, WSP, meaning what's up. Then at 21:34, she sends, you still coming, or you was playing about trying to fuck? At 21:35, he replies back to Na'Ziyah, I'm serious.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now moving on to July 2nd.
July 2nd, 2023 at 15:46 hours, Jarvis sends a message to Na'Ziyah that says, can I get my dick sucked today? At 15:47, she replies, sure, no problem. At 15:50, Jarvis replies, yeah, okay. At 15:53, Na'Ziyah replies, I'm serious, you can. At 16:33, Na'Ziyah sends, there's going to be some type of photo that would have been sent at this time. At 17:08, there's a reply from Jarvis where it says, liked an image. Then at 17:08, Jarvis says, I'm gonna sneak in, okay? At 17:08, Na'Ziyah replies back, why? 17:08, he says, who is up? At 17:09, she replies, everybody. At 17:09, Jarvis sends some type of photo to Na'Ziyah. Immediately after that, she replies, well, damn, I want to lay with you. Then at 17:10, from Na'Ziyah, are you here already? At 17:12, Shan told the kids that you said you was on your way, so they know you coming. At 17:13, Na'Ziyah sends, I want to see you. 17:21, Na'Ziyah sends, so am I just giving you head, or we fucking too, because looking at that picture made me horny. At 17:22, Jarvis replies to her, you tell me. 17:22 and 29 seconds, she says, I want to fuck too. Immediately after that, she says, so can we? And then at 17:22, 49 seconds, Jarvis replies back to her, yep.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And now, later in the day, on June 2nd, or I'm sorry, July 2nd, there's a set of messages there.
Yes. July 2nd, 2023, starting at 18:41 hours, she sends to Jarvis, I want to fuck. At 18:41, do you? 19:04, are you busy, yes or no? 20:06, she sends, text me when you not on BS about fucking, because you playing. At 20:15, she sends, all I'm trying to say, I just want your body on mine. At 20:44, she says, babe, where you at? 21:52, she says, I'm trying to fuck. 23:58, she sends, she fitting to walk to the store. So now the date's changed to July 3rd and the hours are 00:42. She sends, before we go. At 00:42, 31 seconds, she sends, go upstairs in the bathroom. At 00:42, 48 seconds, Jarvis replies to her, why? At 00:42, 54 seconds, Na'Ziyah replies back, just go. At 01:11 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, we doing something or what? At 01:12, he replies to her, yep. At 01:23, she replies, I want to lay with you. At 01:30, he replies, I'm going upstairs. At 01:31, she sends, okay, Shan going up there too. At 01:31, she says, I just want to chill with you. At 01:32, he sends back to her, is she? 01:32, and Na'Ziyah replies, yes, you know she wants some dick. So she going to follow you upstairs. Then at 01:43 hours, she sends him another picture. 01:43, he replies, not getting any. And then immediately after that, the message says, from him to her, this is your dick. At 01:44, Na'Ziyah sends, I know it's mine. Give her some dick, so ask and shut up. At 01:44, give her some so she can shut up and leave you alone. She only acting like that because she's horny. At 01:48, Jarvis replies, I want to see you. Immediately after that, his next message is, while you in the shower. Then at 01:55, she sends him a photo. It is now 02:04 hours. He sends her a message that says, I don't want to give her no dick. At 02:10 hours, these next set of messages are all from Na'Ziyah. It says, come back downstairs. Damn, you scared. At 02:44 hours, she sends, hurry up. I want you back. At 02:50 hours, she sends, come downstairs so I can sit on it real quick. At 02:52 hours, she sends, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few, but it's FRW, up and downs, please. Then immediately, right after that is 02:53, she sends the same message, but it's spelled correctly. It says, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few up and downs.
And were all of those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now moving to July 4th.
July 4th, 2023 at 15:43 hours, Na'Ziyah sends Jarvis a message that says, in the shower right now, I'll text you when I get out. Jarvis then replies, hope you know that we fucking today. At 15:43 hours, she replies back, okay, fine with me, I was just waiting yesterday. Or I was waiting yesterday. At 16:20, she sends him a picture. At 16:20, she sends, I'm out. At 16:56, a message is received to her. It's loved in image. 16:56, she sends a message, are you busy? It is now July 5th. 05:01 hours, she sends him a message that says, you was right, it hit different outside.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
And moving to July 6th.
July 6, 2023 at 03:05 hours, Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, yes, I can tell when you come. 03:05 hours, why? Now at 03:20 hours, she sends him a message that says, so doesn't that mean I'm pregnant? At 03:21 hours, she sends him a message, I don't know, so I'm asking you. At 03:33, Jarvis replies to Na'Ziyah, no. 03:39, she replies back, okay. It now jumps to 13:10 hours, it's still on July 6th. She sends the letters GM. Then at 1400 hours, she sends, I want to fuck. At 14:25, he replies, how? At 14:26, she says, I don't know, you got work and I'm just horny. At 14:27, he replies and sends her a message that says, where is your nana? At 14:45, she sends, upstairs getting ready. At 14:54, Jarvis sends to her, she fitting to go. Then at 14:57, he sends the message, hello. At 15:03, Na'Ziyah replies, I don't know. The next message is, are you at work? And at 15:07, Na'Ziyah sends, I will let you know. At 15:08, she sends, you might can slide if you not so busy at work. At 15:08, Jarvis replies back to Na'Ziyah, yeah. At 15:08, he then sends, I'm trying to slide. At 15:13, Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis the word question. Then at 15:13, he replies back, yes. At 15:14, she sends, do you like your girls skinny? At 15:14, he replies, why you ask that? At 15:14, she replies, just asking, and then there's some type of emojis that must have been sent.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And moving just a little later in the minutes on July 6th.
Yeah, July 6, 15:35, Na'Ziyah sends, I don't think she's going anywhere. At 15:37, Jarvis sends to Na'Ziyah, that's messed up because I was gonna fuck the shit out of you. At 15:37, she sends, I still want you to do it. At 15:40, she says, sends a message that says, so am I going to see you today on your break? At 15:59, Jarvis replies, how? At 16:01, Na'Ziyah sends, don't you supposed to be bringing me the money anyway, so I will see you? 16:03, she says, unless you are going to go to the store and get me some pads and other personal things. 16:03, there's some type of emojis that are sent. 16:24, she sends, I'm down to my last 3 pads. I would ask Nana, but I can't fit her big pads. I have a little pussy, they shit big. At 17:41, she sends a bunch of question marks with the letters WYA. 17:57, she sends, what do I supposed to do? What do I supposed to use? 17:57, she sends another set of question marks. At 18:08, Jarvis replies with the word, huh. At 18:10, Na'Ziyah says, I don't have any more pads. 18:10, I need to get some more and you playing. At 18:12, she sends, babe, please. And all of those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving to July 7th.
July 7th, 2023 at 14:34 hours, Na'Ziyah sends a message that says, so what you on today? The next message at 14:35, she sends, you trying to fuck or what? At 14:37, Jarvis replies back, yes. 14:38, Na'Ziyah sends, I'm sorry. 14:38 again, she sends, but I hope to see you today. At 14:39, she sends, I didn't know if you were up last night, so I stopped calling and texting. And those messages were deleted.
And now moving to July 10th.
July 10th, 2023 at 16:41 hours. Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, you trying to get up in this today? At 16:45, he replies, all the time. At 18:54, she sends, you eat lunch yet? Then immediately after, she sends some question marks. Now at 19:54, Na'Ziyah sends, yo, job so empty. 19:55, she sends, I was just there. At 19:59, Jarvis replies the letters I and K, or I know. At 19:59, he sends, how you know. At 20:14, Jarvis sends, what's up? 2039, Na'Ziyah replies, I didn't want you to see me. 2039 hours, so I left. At 2040, Jarvis sends a message to Na'Ziyah saying, who was with you? At 2040, she replies, nobody. 2040, again, 37 seconds, she says, you working late today? At 2040 hours, 38 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, so how did you get to my job? At 2040, 48 seconds, he then sends, no. 2040 and 58 seconds, Na'Ziyah replies, I walked up there. At 2041, Jarvis replies back to her, so walk now. At 2041, Na'Ziyah replies, I can't, Nana's back. At 2042, she sends, can you pull up today since you're not working late? 2042, she sends a couple question marks. Then he replies at 2042 and 29 seconds with the word yup, and those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving on to July 11th.
July 11, 2023 at 18:43 hours, Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, I want to fuck. At 1900 hours, he replies, when? At 2012 hours, she sends the three letters NVM, or never mind. At 2038, she sends, I took a shower. At 2132, she sends, I be trying so hard not to think about you, but the dick too good not to think about you, and I miss you rubbing on my thigh. The date is now July 12th, and this is at 00:35 hours. She sends, we might go over sham crib. At 02:55 hours, she sends, I'm fitting to hop in the shower. Call as soon as you get done doing whatever. I want you to tell me how you going to give me my dick for my B-day. Tell me nice and slow and sexy so I can play NVM, you know.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And later on July 12th.
July 12th at 14:38 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, good morning. Then at 16:47 hours, she sends, did I have panties on? At 16:47, Jarvis replies, no. At 16:50, Na'Ziyah sends him some question marks. And then at 1700, she has a missed call from Jarvis's number. It says missed call. She still has him saved in here as Bay for life. At 19:18 hours, she sends, how did you know? At 23:09 hours, she sends, you busy? At 23:11 hours, there is an incoming missed call again from Jarvis's number, missed call from Bay for life. It's now July 13th, 01:44 hours. Na'Ziyah has sent him a picture. Immediately after that, she sends a text that says shower pic, and then there's some emojis. At 01:49, she says, damn, no response. At 01:49, 21 seconds, she sends some type of emojis again, and all those messages were deleted.
And now moving to July 22nd.
Before we move on, Sergeant Jones, do you need a moment, a break? Are you okay?
I gotta go a little bit longer.
Okay, carry on.
Unless the court needs a break.
No,
Okay.
I'm making sure that she doesn't need a break.
July 22nd, 2023 at 14:56 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, "Bae, I wanna fuck." Then at 14:57 he replies, "Work." Immediately after that he replies, "I do too." 14:57 Na'Ziyah replies, "No you don't." 14:57 Jarvis replies, "I do." Immediately after that Jarvis sends, "WYA." Or where are you at? 14:57 Na'Ziyah sends, "I'm at the crib." 14:57 hours and 57 seconds, Jarvis replies, "Come on." At 14:58, Na'Ziyah replies, "Shan and Nana went to Family Dollar." The next message says, "I can't, I wish I could." At 14:58, Jarvis replies, "How long are they going to be?" At 14:58, Na'Ziyah sends to him, "IDK," or "I don't know." The next message is, "I'm so horny." Then at 14:59, she sends, "I want a hug from you." At 15:01, Jarvis sends her a message that says, "I'm on my way," with the exclamation point. "I just got off the phone with Shan. They are at the barbershop."
And were those messages
were deleted, yes.
And moving to July 24th.
July 24, 2023 at 03:24 hours, Na'Ziyah sends Jarvis a message that says, "Don't park in front." Immediately Jarvis replies, "Why?" Then at 03:25 Jarvis sends, "You act like you're gonna come outside." At 03:25 Na'Ziyah sends, "I can't, I have guests." 03:25 she sends, "And people do watch and look at the house all night." At 03:26 she sends, "Just park down the street, please. Thank you." 03:26 hours, Jarvis replies to her, "Who?" Na'Ziyah then replies back, "People on the block." At 03:26 Jarvis replies, "Who is the guest?" At 03:26 Na'Ziyah says, "My girlfriend, Vari girlfriend." 03:27 Na'Ziyah sends, "I took his bitch." Then at 03:27 Jarvis replies to her, "She is our bitch." At 03:27 Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, "She 14, about to be 15." At 03:28 she sends, "Are you close?" At 03:28 Jarvis replies, "Is she our bitch or no?" at 03:28 Na'Ziyah replies, "Yes." Jarvis then replies to her and says, "You fake." 03:28 Na'Ziyah says, "How? She is our bitch." At 03:29 she sends, "Bae, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you mad." At 03:30 Jarvis replies to her, "She don't know about us, right?" 03:31 Jarvis then says, "And is she trustworthy?" At 03:31 Na'Ziyah replies, "Yes, she don't know about us." At 03:56 she sends, "It's off." 03:57 Jarvis replies, "Wrong light." And at 03:57 she says the letter K.
Were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And later in the day on July 24th.
July 24th at 12:22 Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, "Fuck me then." At 12:22 he replies, "Huh?" And at 12:23 he replies, "I'm trying to." At 12:23, Na'Ziyah sends to him, "You said fuck me." At 12:23, she sends, "So do so." 12:23, Jarvis replies, "When?" 12:23, Na'Ziyah replies, "Trying to make time, going through my schedule, RN, for right now." 12:24, Na'Ziyah sends, "What time are you going to work?" At 12:40, Jarvis replies, "Now." And now jumps to 21 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, "WID for what you're doing." Then at 21:23, she sends, "You free?" with some question marks. We now jump to July 25th. At 17:33 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, "I want to fuck today." At 17:33 hours, Jarvis replies back, "Come on." Then immediately after, he replies, "I'm by myself." At 17:33, she sends back to him, "I can't RN for right now." At 17:34, Na'Ziyah sends, "After work, can you call for me, please?" And those messages were all deleted as well.
And now jumping to August 4th.
August 4, 2023, at 22:07 hours, Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, "Chan and Nana left. DON," and then there's some type of emoji. "Know what time they coming back?" At 22:08, Jarvis replies, "Okay, what you saying?" Na'Ziyah then replies back, "What you think I'm trying to say?" But there's some emojis in there again. At 22:09, Jarvis replies back with some type of emoji. Na'Ziyah then replies back, "IDK, is it? I don't know, is it?" At 22:09, Na'Ziyah sends, "What you thinking?" At 22:10, Jarvis replies to Na'Ziyah, "Are we fucking?" At 22:10, Na'Ziyah sends, "Shit, are we?" SHI. At 22:12, Na'Ziyah sends a bunch of question marks. Now it's August 5th. Na'Ziyah sends, "Wow, you stood me up." August 5th at 00:47, she sends, "I was waiting." And then at 00:47, she sends, "I a bum." And the next message after that is a correction that says, "You a bum."
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to August 26th.
Okay, I need a drink now.
Okay. Be a good time for a 15-minute break. You come back 12:10. I don't do this. I don't do YouTube. I always just click on my phone and hit live, but apparently I'm not in that yet, so I don't know how to do it. You but the problem is I would have to end the live stream and then log back on, and I don't want to separate the clip. So it's been on the camera the last few minutes. Okay. Okay, we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. All parties are present. We took a 20-minute break, and Ms. Ripley, you can continue with your questioning.
Thank you. Sergeant Jarvis, I believe we were leaving off at August 26th.
Yes. So text messages from August 26, 2023, starting at 0909 hours. Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, I'm in so much pain right now. At 0909, 40 seconds, she says, my stomach hurts really bad. At 0937 hours, Jarvis attempts to call Na'Ziyah. It shows here missed call from Bay for Life. At 14:26 hours, Na'Ziyah texts Jarvis and says, I did have my period. It came when I was in the hospital. At 14:20 hours, this has now jumped to August 27th. 14:20 hours, Na'Ziyah sends GM for good morning. August 28th, at 0006 hours, Na'Ziyah sends to Jarvis, my stomach hurt real bad. 0055 hours, she sends, why you can't answer. 0056 hours, she sends, never mind this, you anyway. At 0131 hours, Jarvis replies to her, yes, baby. At 0132, Na'Ziyah replies, my stomach hurt really bad. At 0132 hours, Jarvis replies to her, I didn't nut inside of you. At 0133, Na'Ziyah replies, I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying it hurts really bad. At 0134, she sends, are you busy? 0149, Na'Ziyah says, I want to talk to you about some, let me know when you are free. And these were all deleted.
Okay. And August 28th, later in the day.
August 28th at 13:31 hours, Na'Ziyah sends a message to Jarvis that says, I want to try something. At 13:32, he replies back, what? Spelled W-A-T. At 13:32 hours, she says, a threesome. At 13:44 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, you down for it? Then she sends a question mark. At 13:44, Jarvis replies back, with who? 13:44, she replies, IDK, or I don't know yet, do you got someone? At 13:45, she sends, I'm still looking.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And just a couple hours later on October, August 28th.
August 28th at 18:58 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, I feel you don't want to be bothered with me. 2200 hours, she sends, WYD for what you're doing. 2200 hours, she replies back, thinking about you. 2201, she sends, oh, so are you down with the threesome? 2221, he replies, yes, with who though? 2246, she sends, IK, still looking. Then immediately after that, she replies, IDK for I don't know. It is now August 29th at 03:47. She sends, bet, that's what's up. He replies, huh? Na'Ziyah then replies, none, you'll figure it out. At 03:49 hours, he sends what? She then replies back to him, never mind, NVM, are you busy? She then replies at 03:50, again, exactly, so I'll take that as a yes.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now we're moving forward to, sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
We're moving forward to September 26th.
September 26th, starting at 14:31 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, "Bae, you up?" with some question marks. Then she sends another set of question marks. 14:32, he replies, "Yeah." 14:33, Na'Ziyah sends, "My period haven't came at all." 14:36, she sends, "Hello, you there?" with some question marks. 14:37, Jarvis replies to Na'Ziyah, "What you mean?" At 14:38, Na'Ziyah says, "It have not came." 14:38, Jarvis replies to her, "Since when?" Na'Ziyah then sends at 14:38, 42 seconds, "Since I was in the hospital." The next message is, "That was last month. I'm scared. I don't know, IDK, what to do. I have to go to the doctor's, TM, for tomorrow." At 14:41, Jarvis replies to Na'Ziyah and says, "You said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative." 14:41, she replies, "It did." At 14:41, Jarvis then replies, "So go get another one." At 14:42, Na'Ziyah tells him on a text, "I can't, I have no money." After that, she says, "You go get one." At 14:43, she says, "You ain't scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today. Just act like you have to use the bathroom." At 14:36, she says, "PLS for please." She then replies, "Will you do it?" with some question marks. At 14:51, she sends hello with a bunch of question marks. Then at 14:56, Jarvis replies to her with okay.
Okay, and now the messages from 9:26 at 14:31 and 41 seconds, all the way to 14:39 and 42 seconds, were those deleted?
Well, so they're deleted from the 14:31, 41 seconds, all the way down to 14:39 and 13 seconds. Those are not deleted.
Okay.
Then there's two that are deleted, which are the two messages that talked about, "I'm scared, I don't know what I have to do. I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow." And then the other one that she deleted was when it says, "You said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative."
Okay.
There's one that she did not delete that was, "It did." Then the rest of them after that, where it talks about, "Get another test, come upstairs, and put it in the bathroom," those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving to September 27th.
September 27th, starting at 21:26 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, "But are we still on for Friday?" At 21:31, Jarvis replies, "What you mean?" 21:38, she says, "Are we still on for Friday?" At 21:49, Jarvis replies, "Yes." 21:49, Na'Ziyah says the letter K. At 21:49, Jarvis then sends a text to her asking, "What we doing though?" At 21:49, she sends back, "Fucking." At 21:50, Jarvis replies, "Seriously?" 21:50, Na'Ziyah replies, "Yeah, what else we gonna do?" 21:50, Jarvis replies back to her, "Where?" Na'Ziyah then replies back immediately and says, "IDK, or I don't know, you pick somewhere." Then at 21:51, Jarvis sends to her, "I always do." 21:51, Na'Ziyah sends, "I know." At 21:52, she says, "I really just want to cuddle, but if you want to fuck, we can." 21:52, 20 seconds, she sends, "So do you?" with some question marks. 21:52 and 35 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, "Do I weigh?" Then right after that is a word that was corrected, like what. So it should have said, "Do I what?" Then Na'Ziyah sends at 21:52, "Wanna fuck?" At 21:53, she sends, "I just want to cuddle, but it ain't always what I want to do." At 21:53, she says, so yes or no? At 21:54, Jarvis replies, only if you want to. 21:54, she says, okay, so we fucking then. 21:55, Jarvis replies, so stop talking about you want to cuddle then. 21:55, Na'Ziyah replies, okay, damn, you don't have to be mean. At 21:55, Jarvis replies, and it shows that he laughed at her comment about you don't have to be mean.
Okay. And were all of those messages deleted?
No.
Okay. Where does it start that it was deleted?
They do not start getting deleted until the messages that Jarvis sends to her, only if you want to. So we fucking then, stop talking about you want to cuddle. Those are the messages that were deleted.
Okay. And now we are moving forward to October 19th.
October 19th, 2023 at 22:23 hours, Jarvis sends Na'Ziyah a text that says, hey. She replies back, are you ignoring me? Jarvis then replies, no. It now jumps to October 21st at 19:05 hours. Na'Ziyah sends, hey bae, I need that plan B today. At 19:07 hours, Jarvis sends her the letter Y. The next message isn't sent until October 22nd at 04:33 hours when Na'Ziyah replies back to him, WYMY, so for meaning what you mean, why.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to November 27th.
Okay, so now we're getting into the -5 hours for the,
Okay.
November 27th, 2023 at 21:06 hours, Na'Ziyah sends, I just want to talk. I really don't want to lose you. At 21:09, she says, can we talk later, yes or no? At 22:28, she says, I don't what's your problem, but I need you to bring me what I need tonight. It's hard doing all this gym shit with this baby. And if I don't do them, I'm going to get a F. 22:28, she says, if you keep ignoring me, you just gonna get no more pussy. 22:35, she says, answer the phone, you not doing nothing. 22:36, she sends PLSSSS for please.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now, I'm going to jump ahead to January 9th of 2024.
January 9th, 2024 at 14:21, Na'Ziyah sent to Jarvis, don't forget, be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving the school. If you're not there, I will wait. Then at 14:22, she sends, send okay if you've seen the message so I can delete your number. Then at 14:23, Jarvis replies, okay, and those messages go deleted.
And there was no further communication between Na'Ziyah's text number and Jarvis's number after January 9th, 2024, 1 year ago today.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, recording. You got it. Thank you. You're welcome. Ready? Okay, we're back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of State of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. We left off right before Mr. Riggins was getting ready to begin cross-examination on Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones, you are still under oath, and
once you get seated, Ms. Riggins, you can begin cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Jones.
Good afternoon.
So you're the OIC on this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
When were you first designated as the OIC on this case?
It would have been, I believe, the 15th or 16th of February.
Okay. And what are your duties as OIC on this case?
The OIC begins with the preliminary investigation overlooking the case. On a missing person case, we're obviously making contact with family and getting some witness interviews. We also prep a warrant request that's submitted to the prosecutor.
Okay. So you're responsible for collecting evidence,
Yes,
and you're responsible for coordinating the evidence.
correct.
Okay. You conduct interviews, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you conducted several interviews in this case.
yes, sir.
Okay. You submit evidence for testing, correct?
Pardon me?
You submit evidence for testing.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I've seen the prosecution refer to you to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct?
What was your
The
question?
prosecution has referred back to you to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct?
Correct.
So you're the person that makes sure everything in the file is together, correct?
Correct.
And you interviewed several of Mr. Butts' girlfriends, correct?
Yes,
You interviewed, I believe, Tashiana Davis and Shannon Harris on the 15th,
yes,
and you interviewed Najeen Rushing on the 29th, correct?
I haven't looked at that date, but I trust that that's the 29th.
Okay. Did you interview any of his other girlfriends?
Yes.
Okay, which girlfriends did you interview?
I interviewed Kizzy Young.
Okay,
There's Tashiana Davis,
okay,
Angela, and I just cannot remember her last name at the moment, but she is who he resides with on Wilshire.
okay,
I attempted to make a phone call to another girlfriend. I'd have to look up my reports, but she never came in for an interview.
all right.
There is another girlfriend who her name is Lucretia Bryant Hauser.
Okay.
That may be all the girlfriends. I may be missing one. I'd have to relook at all the witness statements.
So you are aware that Mr. Butts has quite a few girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
All right. And from the very beginning of this case, you suspected, from your beginning of the case, you suspected Jarvis Butt had something to do with Na'Ziyah being missing, correct?
Well, when we were discussing the case on the first day, February 12th, DPS had told us the last person that they had contact with and they identified as Jarvis Butts. And then on February 15th, when we verified that Na'Ziyah was in fact with him and Cordell on the ride out to Ypsilanti, which is the last day that she was seen, then he became the primary suspect.
Okay. And from the beginning, you didn't suspect this was a missing person case, correct?
Well, she's missing. It's been a missing person case. I don't understand your question, I guess.
So you suspect that she was deceased, correct?
I didn't expect that she's deceased from day one. It takes a lot of investigation before you can come to that conclusion.
Okay.
It's not going to be one of those right away. You have to rule out every other possibility.
All right. Didn't you tell Shannon Harris in her interview on the 15th that this is not a missing person case at this point?
I believe I told her that it was not being handled by DPS as a missing person case at that point, and that it's being handled at Detroit Police Homicide Missing Persons.
So you didn't tell her that this was not a missing person case? We're no longer looking for a missing person?
I don't believe that would have been my exact wording.
Okay.
On February 15th?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe that would have been my wording, that I would have already come to some conclusion that she was deceased on the 15th.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, did you receive information that Na'Ziyah had thought about running away?
Yes.
Okay. Also, during your investigation, did you receive information about a potential sex trafficking ring?
There was several different leads or tips that come in about sex trafficking rings. All those were investigated.
Okay. Now, you interviewed my client, you yourself, with, I believe your partner was Sergeant Lynch, is his name?
Sergeant Sullivan?
Sergeant Sullivan, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You interviewed my client 3 times, correct?
A minimum, I believe, one the 31st, the 1st, and I believe we went back again
July
possibly
20th?
after that.
July 20th?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And you interviewed him 3.5 hours, May 31st, correct?
Is that the time on the recording? Then
Yes.
Okay.
An hour and a half, the second time, correct?
Correct.
And roughly 45 minutes. I believe it was like 38 and some change, third time.
Okay.
So you interviewed him for close to 6 hours?
That could be true.
Okay. And you took statements from my client, correct?
I mean, we recorded the interview.
Okay. You didn't reduce anything to writing, correct?
No.
He never signed anything,
But
correct?
he signed his advice of rights.
Signed advice of right, but he never looked at what he had told you or what your conversation was, correct?
I mean, he verbally acknowledged things throughout the investigation. I did not reduce it down to handwriting.
And your conversation that you had with him, for lack of a better term, was rather fluid, correct?
Was what?
It was rather fluid.
It's a conversation.
There was a back and forth conversation where both you and your partner were talking, and he was just talking back, correct?
A conversation between the three of us?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And you told him that you wanted to tell his side of his story, correct?
Correct.
He did tell you that he was joking about the messages he sent, correct?
The initial messages,
Yes.
so in the very beginning of the interview, he starts off where he denies that that was her. He claimed that he was sending them to his child's mother. It then turned into that he was just joking around with Na'Ziyah for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Then he admits to that all the messages were in fact to Na'Ziyah and not to Shannon, because he could never tell that that wasn't Shannon talking as you went through the rest of the messages.
But he told you that. Sorry, just one moment. Okay. All right. So throughout your 3 conversations, your 6 hours of conversations with him, he never acknowledged harming her, did he?
I don't believe I ever asked him that direct question. He had never acknowledged having sex or touching. That was asked multiple times of whether there was any type of touching. It was asked about the text messages where some of them are saying again that would presume that there had already been a time, and he simply said that it was still just texting for entertainment purposes.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, I'm sorry, specifically on the 20th, you and your partner came over and asked him.
The 20th of what?
July.
July?
This would be the 3rd conversation.
Okay.
On the 20th, you asked him, does he ever hang out on the west side, correct?
I haven't reviewed that full interview, but I do remember asking him about the west side, yes.
And he told you.
Objection, Your Honor. They can't admit their defendant's statements. 720 was not admitted.
Do you want to respond, or do you want me to rule?
No. I'll move on. Did you get any information that he had a child on the west side?
He does have a child's mother that lives on the west side, yes.
Okay. So that could be a reason for him to be on the west side, correct?
It could be a possibility.
Okay. But in your interview, he spoke with you freely, correct?
Correct.
He didn't argue with you. I believe you had a search warrant for his DNA, but he didn't argue with that. He freely gave you his DNA, didn't he?
I don't believe I did. I don't think I collected his DNA. Somebody else presented a search warrant for that.
You're right. I'm sorry. You weren't the one that. But he didn't argue with anyone. He gave his DNA freely, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He gave you his passcode to his phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now you said you that you searched the 7 Mile and Berg area, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that this was a former golf course. Now it's abandoned, correct?
Yes.
And there is a parking structure across the street, correct?
Well, parking lot.
A parking lot, thank you.
Yes.
And this abuts the Rouge River, correct?
Yes.
There's also residential streets over there, correct?
Correct.
Shiawassee over there, correct?
Yes.
Appleton, Pembroke, Vassar, those are all residential streets, correct?
Yes.
And those are all in the same area, correct?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned Angel, but her last name is Leonard. Angel Leonard, correct?
Yes.
And Angel Leonard lives at 13362 Wilshire Street, correct?
Yes.
That's her home, correct?
That's where her and Jarvis live, yes.
And Jarvis lives there, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned Na'Ziyah, is it Na'Ziyah Rushing?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Rushing stays at 4 Alexandrine Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 9th, you had information that he was both at the both at the Wilshire address at some point, correct?
Yes.
And he was at the Alexandrian address, correct?
Correct.
And did you get any information from any of these witnesses that that was not true?
That what was not true.
That he was at those addresses?
Did I get any information that he was not at the addresses? I believe when we talked to Na'Ziyah, she couldn't remember if he was, she didn't acknowledge seeing him that night.
Okay. And would you agree, how do I say this? Mr. Butts is a complicated life, correct?
Mr. Butts created a complicated life, yes.
He has multiple girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
He is juggling girlfriend 1 through I don't know how many, correct?
Yes.
And he does things to juggle all these girlfriends, correct? He may lie to his girlfriend about someone else, correct? He may park around the block so that another girlfriend can't see her car. He may borrow a car. All that true? Is that fair?
It's fair.
Lying is not a crime, is it? Or lying to a girlfriend is not a crime, is it?
Well, lying to a girlfriend is not a crime, no.
Okay. And you spend a lot of time talking about text messages on the record. All right? Can I take you back to some of those text messages? Do you still have them with you?
I do.
Okay. Let's go back to September 26th
Of which year?
of 2023.
September 26th?
Right.
Starting at what time?
Okay.
Line number 12.
Line 1293.
I don't have numbers like that
You
on
don't
my page. Can you just tell me a time to the second?
Is at 1433?
The 1433 even?
Yes.
Yes.
So, in that text message, that's the one where she texted about her period not coming, right?
Yes.
And she texted that she was going to the doctor the next day, correct?
Correct.
And a little bit farther down, at 1457, does she also text him that I might not be pregnant, it might be from stress?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we look at November 27th? You have that? Let me find it.
From November 27th?
November 27th of 2023.
Okay. What time?
It is 22:28.
Okay.
This is where she texts Mr. Butts that she is doing the gym with the baby is hard, correct?
Yes.
Now, the very next day, November 28th, do you have that?
Yes.
At 21:43, thank you.
Which one?
She texts Jarvis Butts, it healed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Butts doesn't respond to any of these messages, does he?
He doesn't respond until the next couple of days, the next day.
Oh. Then in December, a couple of weeks later, Mr. Butts does some Google searches. So this is the Google search, correct?
December 10th.
December 9th through 11th?
10th, yes.
So he does searches for abortion, Planned Parenthood sites, correct?
Yes.
He does searches for over-the-counter abortion pill, correct?
Yes.
And we all agree that Mr. Butts has many girlfriends, right?
Correct.
There may be some that we don't know about. Fair?
Possibly.
Okay. So, any testimony that says that these text messages, these website searches were regarding Na'Ziyah Harris would be speculation, right?
I don't believe I said they were regarding Na'Ziyah. I just read what he had been searching on the internet.
Fair enough, but we can't say who they're regarding, correct?
Correct.
So you testified that you found some guns, correct?
Correct.
You said you found a long gun, I believe, at 13362 Wilshire, Angel Leonard's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find that gun was registered to her?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you found a couple of other guns, correct?
Correct.
Were those guns operable?
I don't test fire of the weapons.
Okay. So I take
I would
those.
have to look at the laboratory report to see if they test fired them.
Okay. Do you know if any of those guns were tested for DNA?
I believe they would have been swabbed, but I don't know if those swabs were submitted.
Okay. You also testified that you found several knives in one of the vehicles, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you test the knives? I know you tested at least one knife for
Yes.
for DNA. Did you test the other knives for DNA?
The other knives were not tested, no.
Okay. And did you test any of the knives for blood?
I believe we had all the knives swabbed, and then nothing came back leading anything to be blood, but we submitted it on the knife that was up near the driver's seat. The other knives, one was like a butter knife. Another one was like a smaller kitchen knife, but it was like under the back seat. It looked old and crusty, like it hadn't been up there. So the knife that was at the closest access that looked to be not stored in the truck for a very long time, as opposed to the other ones, were the ones that we had swabbed and tested. And then additionally, they were tested with Blue Star. So the knife that reacted to anything that maybe Blue Star reacted to, that was specific why that knife was submitted.
Okay. So there was no blood found on that knife, correct?
Correct.
So there was testimony about a black hoodie that was found, correct?
Yes.
Did you personally examine this hoodie?
I did not touch it. It was there. I was there as I observed it being opened up by the evidence technician who was collecting it, as well as re-going through the photos while we were there and then after.
All right. So the hoodie looked weathered, did it not?
It was wet.
It was wet. There were spider webs in it, correct?
I didn't open it to manipulate it, so if there was something that maybe the evidence tech testified to seeing, I wasn't right there as it was being opened, so I couldn't answer. I did not see a spider web. I can't say that there was not one.
Okay. Did you see any other debris on this hoodie?
So again, the hoodie is wet.
Okay.
A lot of times when articles of clothing are wet, it's hard to distinguish whether there's any other type of stains on there. We're not out there manipulating clothing like that. We preserve it the best that we can. That way, if there is something, it can be properly examined inside a laboratory where I'm not adding more possible contamination to anything.
Okay. But it's fair to say that it's speculation on how the holes would have gotten into it, correct?
Well, I said I don't know how those holes got there.
Okay. Now, we've heard that the hoodie was tested for genetic material, correct?
For DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it tested for gunshot residue?
No.
Okay. You also found a pair of red and black shoes, gym shoes, correct?
Yes.
Were they tested for DNA?
No.
Okay. And you seized several cars in this investigation, correct?
Throughout the investigation, yes.
Okay. You had a cadaver dog pass through the car, correct?
Correct.
Did the cadaver dog give you a hit on any car?
No.
Okay. Just a moment. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Judge, briefly. Sergeant Jones, that text back on November 27th, 2023, where Na'Ziyah replies, "It healed." You can't say what that's about, can you?
Correct.
And defense asked you about some guns that were found and that there was a long gun registered to Angel. But it's true that Mr. Butts can't have any guns around him in his house, can he?
Correct.
Regardless of who they're registered to.
Correct.
And as for the guns, you were asked whether or not they were operable. There weren't tests performed on these guns, were there?
Not that I believe, no.
Okay. And tell me, why is it that there wasn't an emphasis put on doing like test shots for a gun?
The original, when we got the guns, I believe that the priority was to swab for DNA. Is we do that before we start sending them to get test fired and contaminating anything. The guns were swabbed, all the evidence that was collected, and then the items that I believe, after talking with lab specialists and looking at the different things that would be the most successful to coming back and giving me the answers on whether that was Na'Ziyah's hoodie or not, those were the items that were submitted. Once that hoodie came back that it was hers, there was no need for me to test the shoes that I had a picture of her wearing, because I knew that that hoodie was going to be showing that that was her belongings.
Now, as it relates to guns specifically, if you're trying to connect a gun to a homicide, would you need something to compare it to?
Yes,
Okay, and was there was no body found in this case, that's correct?
correct. You would either need a projectile that you may recover or find at a scene, or the actual spent casing.
And there was none of that able to be found, correct?
Correct.
And just generally, as just a common person with common knowledge, spider webs can be formed fairly quickly depending on the spider. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there's times I come in the morning and there's already one on my car.
And that wouldn't be there the night before?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your experience, does Michigan State Police even test for gunshot residue?
I don't believe so.
And you were also asked about a cadaver dog. You've used cadaver dogs in your history, in your police work?
For 11 years, yes.
Okay. Now, a cadaver dog would only hit if they're in a vehicle if there was a dead body in that vehicle. Is that correct?
They'll hit on blood, or if there was like biological from somebody that's deceased, something.
So if a body was in a car that was not yet deceased, that cadaver dog presumably would not hit.
Correct.
And you got this investigation in February around the 14th or 15th?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that knife found in Mr. Butt's car?
After we impounded the car, then they did the inventory, the evidence search. It would have been probably a week or so later, and then it's reviewed when I get to that, and then submitted.
Okay, so that would have put almost a month and a half, almost 2 months away from January 9th, 2024.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Your Honor, can I ask a couple follow-up questions?
Yes.
So if a gun was used in a homicide, maybe not as a shooting, maybe as just a blunt force instrument, or if it was a close range shot, couldn't blood or skin cells be on the gun?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ms. Whitley, any last questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Jones, you are done testifying.
Thank you.